I don't want to set the world on fire.
Please welcome Tom Montgomery.
In your heart.
No, I'm here, and your white privileges have been seeing you tonight, okay, guys?
Desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim.
Any government is to monopolize as much violence as possible in order for it to inflict it on as many citizens as possible.
I've been on this like weird anarchist arc for a few months now. This is playing by their rules, exactly how they are.
Me. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame.
You're watching the Dog and Chicken Show. Like, share, subscribe.
Well, folks, it is I, the return of, yes, you're getting me, the return of the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. I must say, folks, welcome back. It is great. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, chicken. But folks, it is great to be back. I have had quite a journey in this adventure we call life. Full disclosure, I had my daughter for a good stretch of summer vacation. We went to the lake, went to all sorts of great places. So I was a little indisposed. That, and on Thursday, a tree limb fell over my power line and my internet cord. So I was unable to stream, and we just got internet back to the mill yesterday. So I figured, I need to get back to you beautiful people. I need to touch base with all of you gorgeous people out there in the K.O.E nation, folks. It's been too long. You have been deprived. Your life has been tumult and chaos without me. No, don't get me wrong. There's been plenty of amazing and excellent uploads at K.O.E Nation on YouTube to tide you over since. But this real just audience interaction, this one-on-one that you get with Phil K.O.E cannot be replicated, cannot be duplicated, cannot even be combobulated in any possible way, folks. And so we needed to come together here. And I thought, what better time than with you beautiful people here at the K.O.E Nation. And boy, howdy, it's just been a slow news week, hasn't it, folks? There's just been really nothing to talk about. But before we get to that, folks, you must realize and you must understand and you must know that I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, the conqueror of the ethereal, and a former baron of baldness, folks. Welcome to the K.O.E Nation. I am the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. And it is just a pleasure to be with you folks. Now, we are going to get into Hunter Biden. We're going to get into this big decision and all the stuff that's been dropping at the Supreme Court, because I haven't really gone live with all y'all beautiful people since. I've been indisposed. I've been enjoying that real life, when they say touch grass, I've been like doing like the super version of that and like just kind of unplugging from the internet, which is good for your soul, to be frank. You need to do that once in a while in this life. If you don't, do it some more. But now that you are plugged in, stay right here at the K.O.E Nation on YouTube, K.O.E Nation on TikTok, and also do not forget K.O.E Nation on Twitch, folks. So before we get into one of the main attractions that I had planned for you, let me pull up another thing here because, I'm nothing if not topical. Bam. Let me get back here. All right. Here we are. folks, Hunter Biden back in the news again. And Joe Biden just has to be going, oh, yippee. Oh, I'm so glad that you're back in the news again, son. I'm sure this will be nothing but a political help. I'm sure it's going to do nothing but help my hopes of any sort of political anything. And to be frank, Hunter didn't let him down. But before we get there, there is something that needs to be addressed. One moment, folks. Yes, this is the high value, high minded content that you come here for. Oh, my PC saying you need to restart it. Not on your life. Not on your life am I restarting this PC right now. And all righty. Well, we've got a special run in here. I've been stalling for time for you folks because we've got a very special guest. We've got a very special guest indeed that is going to be making a very special guest appearance. And this is also to see, personally, I'm testing just how much power I got here. But now, folks, we are being joined by the one, the only, the indomitable Chicken, all the way from Big Bucking Empire. How are we doing this evening, sir?
I am good, Phil. How are you? Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Well, we got Huck Finn. Hello from Wisconsin, retired U.S. Army veteran. Well, God bless. Welcome to the
bless
show.
you, sir.
Welcome to the show, Huck Finn. And I love the name. So, Chicken, I mean, you just seem to be a man who can't stay put. You are back in Sodak. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm in my my new acreage in Sodak. Something I've been wanting to do for a while, and had the opportunity, and it's like, well, shit, yeah, about it.
Well, God bless. God bless. I'm glad you're happy up there, and I'm hoping to visit you sooner rather than later. We will see. We will see. We'll keep our secret plans secret, but for the time being. But Chicken, we do have to finish up the rye tournament.
I know.
God, Chicken's like Randy Marsh. I know. Yeah.
I have to remind every time I talk to Phil, he's like, "Hey, Chicken, we still have to finish the ride tournament." I'm like, "Jesus fucking Christ, I know. We've been working on it for fucking a year now."
I know, it's a year in the making. This is epic episodic television, Chicken. We like just.
I don't know if I'd call it epic. It's rye.
Fuck
it's
you too.
Rye.
Well, and that's the thing. That's why the rye tournament is only going to come once every 4 years, like the Olympics. Because like when we do it, it's fucking we do it. But the bourbon tournament, folks, that is annual. That is every year. And we will break that down here very shortly because we do have a bourbon tournament that's coming down the pike that you are going to love, enjoy, and it was a marvelous, marvelous time. Now, every single one of these fine gentlemen that were a judge, they have been sworn to secrecy under the deepest basically like the Illuminati oath isn't quite this strenuous. So like but you will see very soon, folks, the bourbon tournament as soon as the rye tournament concludes. But Chicken, beyond all that, how have you been, good sir?
I'll be honest. This has been probably the most stressful, probably 6 months of my adult life, between like seeing prices rise. I'm trying to sell a house in the midst of the fucking interest rates going goddamn crazy. Like, it's not a good time to just be an average fucking Joe trying to like move on with life and better himself. Like, things are not good.
like I remember saying on your show over at Big Buck and Empire on YouTube and Facebook, we are simulcasting on Big Buck and Empire on Facebook, but you definitely need to go check them out on YouTube as well. And we got one of my Twitch followers, Bandit. What's going on, Mad Lads? Bandit, how are we doing, good sir? We're just kind of getting together, shooting the shit, talking about life in general and all the craziness of our economy and the stresses of this life, basically. Because Bandit, I don't know if you've noticed this, and Chicken, maybe you've noticed this, because this is something I was mentioning over, like I said, on Big Buck and Empire on YouTube. Definitely go subscribe to them if you haven't. The economic shift is so pronounced that it's hit everyone, and it hit everyone like this. If you were like upper middle class, you're now middle class. If you were middle class, you're now lower middle class. If you were lower middle class, you're just on the upper edges of poor now. And if you were poor, somehow you're fucking poorer than you were before. Like you didn't think it was possible. Oh, it can always get worse. And even like the super rich, the mega rich are now just kind of super rich, and the super rich are just kind of rich, and the rich are just kind of rich now. And it's like it's hit at like it's knocked everybody down a fucking peg. It's been shocking to see.
Yeah, you know, with that, Phil, like I'm gonna be blessed because I bought my house early 2020, and I'm selling it now, so I'm making a good profit. Like I can't complain too much about that. So I'm gonna have some I'm gonna keep some of my wealth. However, like I can't buy right now. If I were to take the money I made on that house and put it into something new and purchase with the interest rates alone, I would lose all that money. Like it's crazy. It's stupid. So like literally I'm going to pocket that money and I'm renting this acreage, which I'm talking to the guy that owns it to like, hey, when interest rates come down, I'll buy it from you. But for now, I'm going to rent it from you. He's like, okay, sounds cool. So like, as long as things go good and shit doesn't change in the next couple of years, I'm going to make out like a bandit. But most people don't have that. Like most people don't have that opportunity. A lot of people are either just in just shit luck. They're going to lose. Even if you look at your Zillow, if you are a homeowner, you look at your Zillow property value, you can't sell it for that. The market's crashing. It's already crashing.
Well, there's a guy that I listen to a lot, and it's somebody that I recommend that people listen to. He's the cow guy. He's an economic forecaster, and he wears a big cow suit. You've seen him in the memes of like, why is it that people on the news now look like Gotham villains? But like what he is he's a guy who made his speculations in the cow market and one day and just made himself a fortune. And he said we were coming to a recession. I heard him saying recession before I heard anybody say recession. And yeah, these are some really, really rough times that we've got coming ahead. And so these are the kind of people that I would recommend you listen to for forecasts. But like I know I'm kind of bird walking here, but there's a couple of
no, you're good.
Farmer rebellions spreading across Europe. Like
I've heard that.
Reading that, like I was over at my mom's today, and she was showing me footage of Sri Lanka is in a different part of the world, but also in Albania, there's huge fucking protests, like Sea of Humanity fucking farmer protest. And in the Netherlands, I believe, that's the one where they're blocking the border because literally the government said that you will not be farming in 10 years for many of you. And I'm like, what the fuck? No.
So like I hate playing into conspiracy theory fucking propaganda bullshit, but like we were all told that this shit was gonna happen, that they were gonna like force a famine. Like I hope that's not what's really going on, but like why in the fuck would a government ever tell you to not farm in the I'm not reading this comments yet. In the midst of the potential, we've all been talking about it for a while, the potential of a food shortage. Why in the fuck would any government tell farmers not to grow food right now?
That is an interesting question there, Chicken. That is a fascinating question indeed. And even as a farmer, it seems kind of upside down to me as well.
I get it if there's an overage, if there's no storage and it's just going to be waste. Like, I get that, but that's not what's happening. We're looking at a worldwide famine, is what we were told just a couple months ago.
Yep. And yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier. I forgot about that's another thing that Cow Guy was talking about. How shortages are real. We're going to be hitting some real heavy lean time soon, folks, to get ready for it. But Huck Finn is saying Holland, Poland, Germany, Albania, Serbia, Spain, which I was actually seeing like literally just today. I was my mom and I were just talking about this, and it was fascinating. Like, holy fuck, we are getting some real farmer rebellions, because like you said, the governments are literally wanting to regulate many of these farmers out of business, which is just like, to me, as a farmer, like I have more in common with a farmer over in Holland, or a farmer over in like South Korea, or a farmer somewhere in Japan, or a farmer in Australia. I have more in common with them than I probably do my own elected representatives sitting in Washington. Okay, so like
I probably have more in common with them, and I don't farm.
Yeah, but like to me, it's like, so my heart goes out to them, like extremely, like spraying cops with manure was a lot. Like, yeah, I saw that. Like some of the farmers in Holland were spraying police and like government
happened?
buildings with spraying them with manure.
Good for them.
Yeah,
civil disobedience. I love it.
Yes, the shitty way.
They might get pink eye.
Yep. That's a big.
So explain that to me. I did hear that. I don't understand it. Like, what's the nitrogen issue?
Nitrogen use is part of it. The other part is literally the cows and their emissions and such. But
so that's methane, not
yes. But nitrogen, what a lot of folks don't realize is that a lot of the nitrogens that we get, that we put into our soil, whether it be from liquid fertilizer, ammonia, like all of this requires petroleum of some kind. Okay. Like people have no idea just how fucking reliant, like for the nitrogen in our soil that we use, petroleum is usually the base product for its manufacture. So like a lot of people don't realize just how much potential fuel gets used up.
So is it a nitrogen shortage or too much nitrogen being released? I still don't understand. Like what's
like I'm thinking Huck Finn is getting at, like perhaps the manufacturer is going to be a problem for people wanting to use that petroleum for fuel in the future rather than farmland. So I know it seems like cutting off your nose spite your face, but you got to remember, if you're a European, you're in the European Union.
So it's Putin's fault.
Well, you can get all the grain you need from Russia, from the United States, from Brazil. So you don't need to be a producer, which if you're in the European Union's shoes, which I know from the idea of self-sufficiency seems just absolutely asinine. But Canada next to meet WF and UN Green. Yeah, I've been hearing that. Actually, like I've heard Canadians are having a hard time even like withdrawing money over the last few days. Like if you're having a hard time, like
are they truckers?
Well, maybe, but that's just a rumor I've heard, but we will see. U.S. farmland being bought out by Bill Gates in China. Now, I thought that was fascinating. I heard a story the other day where Bill Gates, and Bill Gates has been cleared to buy another 2,000 acres in North Dakota. I'm like, wow, you had to jump through that many hoops to buy 2,000 acres?
I'd have to look up the story. I know I seen it just a few days ago, but Iowa passed a law to where foreign entities were not allowed to buy up farmland in the state of Iowa. So what they started doing was setting up investment firms in Iowa locally to buy the farmland. So technically it's still owned by China.
Yep, but you at least got to find some Iowa farm boy to be a pass-through. So you know what? At least that's one step better, I guess. But like,
it's scary, all the farmland being sold up. Dude, I'm seeing so many auctions in the last. I've seen more auctions pop up in the last fucking 6 to 12 months than ever before, of in like thousands of acres. at a time, like just being auctioned off. It scares the shit out of me that like we're just handing this shit over.
Where you don't have robust irrigation, you will have large tracts of land being sold off a piece at a time. Where you have very robust irrigation, it'll usually be about 180 acres at a time. So that's just kind of what I've noticed. But you'd raise an excellent question, and it is really a matter of national security if some foreign entity owns most of your farmland in your own borders. Like, that's like, it doesn't take a lot of genius to figure out how that could be a problem. Bandit says going green is a falsehood in itself. Petroleum is required in windmills, except they just don't want you having something. That is true. I mean, to keep that son bitch spinning requires grease.
With that, Bandit, when it comes to like Teslas and most goddamn, I'm trying to remember. I think I watched a TED talk on this. I can't remember, but it showed like the amount of emissions over time looks really good when you do it on like a scale. Like like the emissions over time for a electric vehicle look really good, but then when you like elevate how much oil it takes to make that vehicle, everything just goes up. So it's like, unless the vehicle can drive, I'm trying to remember what the mileage was. It was something ridiculous, but unless an electric vehicle's mileage between beginning and end of life can surpass a normal gas vehicle by like, I think it was 150,000. I'm probably wrong. I'm probably fucking this all up. But it was like a big amount. It was an unrealistic amount. It was like, oh, so all your electric vehicles are creating more carbon, and then not to mention the toxic waste that comes from the batteries that are, we don't even know the impact of those because these are a new fucking technology. So yeah, it doesn't equate.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. Huck Finn, the gas price hike is forcing private farmers out of business. And yes, and truckers too.
Truckers too.
The goal is, Huck Finn says, the goal is to get rid of private ownership of farmland. That has that's been a goal for decades.
You will own nothing and you will be happy.
Eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. No, my precious guide stones. No. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. I missed out on the guide stone episode, but but yes, that's the goal, is you will own nothing and you will be happy, apparently. So yeah, isn't this timeline fun? But I gotta say, like, my heart goes out to the farmers of Europe. I hope your protests yield fruit. I really do. We'll see, because whatever they can get away with over there, they're eventually going to at least try over here. So, as a ranger, yes, survival is key. Yeah, in these trying times, like I was saying earlier today, we could be coming into times darker than we've ever known, because here in the West, I've always said there will be no rebellion in the West of any kind so long as these three things remain constant. If you keep these three things constant, you're cherry. So long as there's beer in the fridge, football on the TV, and when you hit a button, your shit flushes away and you don't have to think about it anymore. So long as those three things remain constant, there won't really be any kind of rebellion. Well, guess what? In Albania, there ain't no beer in the fridge. They don't give a fuck about football on the TV, and it's questionable whether when they hit a button, their shit flushes away anymore. So that's a reality for some places. So that's why you're seeing, and like Sri Lanka, that's actually exactly the case. No, there ain't none of the shit. Like, I was thinking more Sri Lanka there for a second, but yes, that especially hits true for Sri Lanka. They haven't had beer in the fridge, luxury items, football on the TV, entertainment, and flushing your shit. That's a good way. I'm sick of the way this world, right?
Phil, you say that with like when you think back of like what's up, Patty P?
Hey, Patty P.
when you think back of like Civil War or Revolutionary War, of like the things you didn't have to fill those gaps that you're talking about, they didn't have a lot of that shit. They didn't have plumbing, and they still didn't get involved. They didn't have football on TV, and they still didn't get involved. Most people did not participate in the Civil War or the Revolutionary War. Like a huge chunk of the country, like a majority of the country, had nothing to do with it. Like they stayed out of a lot of it. Now today, you're right. I don't disagree. As long those three things are probably the cudgels of today, of like what's going to keep things glued together. However, I think there's a point where it's gonna be like all you need. Well, what was the Revolutionary War? It was 15% of the country actually participated, and the Civil War was 20% of each side.
Yeah, like I remember you're right. Like it was a very small amount. But first of all, I gotta say, Huck Finn, why do you think they're pushing for gun control? Exactly. I just need to like and shared back.
Speaking of which, I just hauled in a whole shitload of guns into my new house today, and my neighbors. Yeah. Good thing I'm on an acreage because like nobody was looking at me. But this morning in Iowa, in my little community, I'm like, I purposefully just just cleared the chamber on every gun before I put it in my car, just so they would all look at me because they all hate me. It was great.
Nice. But Bandit goes, y'all see Michael Moore's 28th Amendment? Like I just saw that literally as I was driving to the mill because the internet's down at my house. So I just came to the mill and it's like, and yeah, Michael Moore's basically
Michael Moore's still a thing.
Sort of. I mean, in the same way that like Huey Lewis is kind of still sort of a thing.
Did he make a post to where he was like, I'm not going to show up to anybody else's party, and if I do, I'm going to talk about, like, he was going to talk about something fucking totally dreadful. So I was like, oh, it's an excuse for you not to come to a party.
Yeah. But Huck Finn says the president is compromised with a sex scandal as well as other top U.S. officials. But you got to realize that all those particular files and proof is sealed in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. Oops. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Bandit, 3%. Yeah, about 3% of our population was probably tied up in the Revolutionary War. Hey, Huck Finn grew up in Iowa. You know what?
Sure, sir.
You know, you can kind of guess where I'm broadcasting out of, the great state of Nebraska. So not too far off from
I'm leaving Iowa. I'm getting the fuck out of there. It's not a good state to be in anymore.
Yeah. He's a thing for a New York minute. Yeah, not really. Yeah, Michael Moore. But like basically it was this amendment invalidates the Second Amendment and no more guns for anybody. And it was almost basically like the stance.
Right back.
I'll go for it. It was almost like if you ever seen American Dad, Stan Smith, he gets captured by left-wing terrorists and he's forced to like read their demands, and it's there should be a 1-year waiting period on getting a gun, and at the end of that year you don't get a gun. And it's like, oh god. Let's see. Hey, Patty P, the Putin supporter. I think I'm not good at Italian at the moment. Iowa has changed a lot. Yeah, it had like Iowa in a weird way is starting to look like Pennsylvania, because not Pennsylvania, Ohio. That's a little closer. Iowa's looking a lot more like Ohio, where it's just sprinkled with a lot of fairly big cities all over the fucking place. Like you go to Ohio and you throw a fucking rock and you're gonna hit a town that's at least over fucking 30,000 people. And Iowa's quickly becoming like that. But it's a fascinating state, but at least Tony and I ain't got to drive to fucking Iowa anymore to go see chicken. Our lives are kind of busy, so we're only able to get together a couple times a year. But it's always fun when we can. So definitely be sure to like, share, subscribe to K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch, just so you can catch that when that goes down. And Big Buck and Empire on YouTube. But yes. I'm wondering what's going to end up happening there in that particular conflict there. Yeah, look at Ankeny. I always say it wrong. It used to have one stoplight when I joined the army. Ah, yes. It's been a minute since you've been on. Cheers to Clarence Thomas. Well, I do got to say, I mean, you could make an argument that it is now the Thomas court. The Second Amendment decision was just shy of what I wanted. Like it was just like, mwah, mwah, mwah. Like Nate Dallin said, it was a magnum opus of originalism. And I was just like, yes, give us more of that. We need much, much more. So it was kind of fascinating that the Second Amendment decision drops. And like, I'm ready to pop the champagne. Like, yes, Clarence, good job, man. And nobody's even talking about it. Everybody's talking about the Roe decision that's coming up the next day. And I'm like, fuck, really? 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 Oh, yes. We will get to that, Travis. We will definitely get to that. That is definitely a part of what's happening. But my advice to you is do not download anything. This is how they get the good guys. They try and get you to download something trying to find the truth, and then they upload some awful shit into your shit, and now you're fucking trapped. So be fucking forewarned. This is one of those moments where you have to trust some of your reliable sources. EPA was shy of what I wanted. Yes, I think the EPA decision was literally Breyer's like going away present. Like the fact that it didn't go as far as it could. But now, as somebody that's also a Second Amendment supporter, I did like the fact that the Supreme Court said, no, fuck you, alphabet agency. You don't get to write law. You don't get to make legislation. And I think this applies just as equally to the ATF. So it's like, no, fuck you. You don't get to say whether you can put a goddamn brace against your shoulder or not. Congress gets to say that, not you. And so I think in the end, the EPA decision that the Supreme Court came to was a right one, was a just one, was a good one. The Supreme Court decision on the Second Amendment was a right one, was a good one, was a just one, was one that we've been long overdue for. We have been long overdue for that particular decision. Now, the decision for Roe v. Wade, that is one I never thought we would see. Honestly, I really didn't think, even to the 11th hour, I figured we were going to have some justice crossover. I really did. But at the 11th hour, we did not. Now, we got some folks that are talking about the Biden story. Now, I see Chicken Shadow. There he is. He has returned to us, folks. Hey there, Chicken. How we doing?
Good. I missed out on whatever you guys
we're kind of giving some final thoughts on the Supreme Court decisions that hit in the last week. And also I was going to, once we wrapped that up, segue into the Hunter Biden story, because folks are already dropping the alleged password. Now, I'm not telling anybody to do anything. Do not download anything, because you never know what the bad guys are sneaking into those files to get uploaded onto your hard drive, and now you're fucked. So that's what I say, folks. You stay free and clear of that kind of shit. Me, I'm not clicking any of that shit. So sorry. It's just like in due time, it will all be verified. What goes on in the dark, what debauchery goes on in the dark, will always eventually come to the light. But Chicken, I actually got to take a moment and run to the little boy's room. So on the,
I'm gonna go Supreme Court wise.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the screen, sir.
Fair enough. What I found fascinating about as we led up to the Roe v. Wade decision is we knew how it was going to drop. Now, my political leanings, looking at those compared to the left, compared to the right, like I kind of didn't give a shit what happened, but morally, I was like kind of hoping that it would get overturned, because I think morally abortion's wrong. Politically, personally, I'm more libertarian. Like it's kind of like I'm kind of indifferent most of the time, unless it affects me. I really don't give a fuck. However, I did kind of hope for the right outcome because I thought it getting overturned. For the most part, 95 to 99% of the time, I feel abortion is wrong. There are times I I've had personal family issues to where it was like, holy shit, like I get it. If you want to abort the baby, I get it. And in my family, they didn't do it. I had a brother, had a kid with spina bifida. They knew the child wasn't going to make it, and they had the opportunity not to go with the birth and to do an abortion. Like it wasn't going to be a stillbirth, but the baby wasn't going to live, and when it did live, it wasn't going to have a quality of life. However, they went through it, and the baby only lived for a couple weeks. It was super sad. It's fucking terrible. Shit like that happens, and I get it. Like, but that's not my choice. That is that parent's choice. So that's kind of where I stand on the abortion piece. However, when we knew months in advance this decision was coming down, there was no effort to other than some protests, there wasn't really any effort to like codify anything or fucking make anything happen. Democrats have had the opportunity to codify abortion rights since 2008, and they've failed to do so. Now you can argue why they failed to do so. Sure, I've gotten to this fucking argument, but I'm gonna flat out fucking say the only reason that it's such a powerful fucking thing right now, and I don't know. I don't know if this had anything to do with the decision, but it feels to me that the culture of this country, ever since 2008, when they had the opportunity to codify it, they didn't do it. They didn't move forward with it, and abortions just it just keeps ramping up. And then all of a sudden, Virginia laws. You have Virginia was like a late term abortions up until the day or the day of or after. Like the rules got so goddamn gross to where nobody could fucking be okay with what happened. To what the fuck do you expect to happen? Like when it comes to the Supreme Court, they're looking at what states are trying to do and what's right, what's wrong, and they're like, well, you have some states that are wanting to kill born babies. I don't know how you come back from that. So in a way, I feel like the left kind of did this to themselves. I think they pushed themselves into this corner, like they do with most things. They push themselves into this corner to where they can't come back from. And then what was it, Kamala? Somebody came out with a statement today. Yeah, maybe back from 1970, but definitely 2008.
Bandit has a good one. Dems have had since 1970 whatever to codify it, and they haven't.
Yeah,
so
that's true. But what was the excuse today, Phil? Was it you that sent that story? Like, what was their excuse for not codifying Roe v. Wade? Because we thought this was established principles.
That was me. I think that might have been Steve. But Huck Finn, they shut down 4chan channel, but hackers are reposting, trending on Twitter. They're playing whack-a-mole. And yeah, I hear there's some folks that are torrent seeding it at the moment. And so, it's like in our modern day, George Orwell might even change his name to George Torwell because it's the best way to fucking fight Big Brother in today's modern era. So God bless you seeders out there.
Anyway, I really feel the whole Roe v. Wade decision, the lefties have themselves to blame, because I honestly don't think the Supreme Court would have made that decision if Virginia hadn't fucking done that. Yeah, exactly. If we didn't go that fucking crazy, I don't think the Supreme Court would have ever like overturned it. I really don't think they would have. But when you seen that an entire state, the state of Virginia, was willing to do that, they were like, nah, we need to get the fuck out of this, which was a smart play. I think it was as a libertarian-esque type person, I think the federal government should stay out of it. Supreme Court should stay out of it. It should be up to the states. It should be up to the fucking local fucking people to vote on. If you live in a state where you want to fucking have abortions, go fucking move there and fucking vote for it, whatever. Like, okay, like that's where we're at today.
Well, we're a lot closer to the laboratory of democracy that our founders intended than we've ever been in this century.
Yeah,
definitely.
True. Very true.
Huck Finn says Roe v. Wade is a distraction. You know, I will give you that. Like,
what?
Well, like, Zelensky, he's got to be on the phone like, I need more billions, Biden. Who the fuck is Roe and Wade? Why the fuck? What? Like that's got to be like for him. He's like,
we're killing babies here every day for fun.
Nobody. I need it is because it has been the culture war issue. I remember for a while, I thought about let's just avoid the topic because I'll be honest, this is a personal story, but my grandparents had a really good set of friends that my mom would go over and ride their horses, really good friends. And then one night they had an argument about abortion and they never hung out again after that. And so that's one of those weird lessons, holy shit, this is something people take fucking seriously. And so I just for my own personal story there is wow, okay. Virginia is the testing, according to Bennett, Virginia is testing ground for all of this, and we're winning on guns, abortion, and school indoctrination. Oh yeah, the schools is going to be what sends Republicans to the White House in 2024. I've got a pretty good feeling on that one. We'll see, though. It has yet to be seen. It's basically Trump, DeSantis versus whoever the Dems put up. But now, Chicken, before we shift gears here, between EPA, Second Amendment, and Roe, is there any final word you'd like to put on the Supreme Court?
No, I guess the last thing I would say is just you reap what you sow.
I've been telling folks on the left, the Republicans played a very, very long game and it paid off. And here we are. Now, I will say,
what is the Federalist Society or Federalist Project? What's the name of that group?
Heritage Foundation.
Yeah. Well, either way, they get all the props. They've been working on this shit for 50 years. So
yeah. Oh, yes. I gotta give you that one, but I will say in regards to all three of these decisions, in regards to the Second Amendment, hallelujah, praise be the day, we are now actually closer to what our nation was intended to be. In regards to the EPA decision,
Bandit, you're right, Federalist Society.
Yep. All right, well, Chicken, I guess I owe you a Coke, but
I expect it.
All right, god damn it, but. In regards to the Second Amendment, hallelujah, Clarence Thomas, you've set Second Amendment jurisprudence right for at least a generation.
Dude, I still don't like the overall ruling, especially when it came from Kavanaugh. Fucking Kavanaugh.
Hey,
I don't know. Kavanaugh, I guess all of his rulings have been kind of fucking milk toast.
Well, I mean, my God. I'm getting raided by Tiberius D. Oh my God, every last one of you beautiful people, welcome one and all to the K.O.E. Nation. My God, be sure to like, share. Oh man, I'm getting hit with a big raid on the Twitch side. Folks, every last one of you beautiful people, if you are not subscribed to K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, what are you doing? You're costing yourself intellectual money every minute. All right, that shameless self-promotion aside, I will. Yes, come on in. Don't worry, folks. The water is fine. Also, check this guy out over at Big Bucket Empire on YouTube for our weekly show where we get really fucking crazy. And every once in a while, the good old Tiberius shows up as well. But thank you for coming, all of you beautiful, beautiful, marvelous people. Welcome to the show. We're just kind of wrapping up on the Supreme Court, and then we are going to head over to Hunter Biden, all of that fun stuff. And over on the YouTube side, quibbles over coffee. My cup runneth over. My God, my goodness gracious.
I agree with nothing Quibbles says, but I love his content. It's great.
I hate to say I agree with almost everything you said there. Like Quibbles, I love him to death, but it's kind of like Tony. This politics just infuriates me. But I will say, so yeah, there we are on the Supreme Court. This is, oh yes,
how are you his uncle?
Well, wow. It's kind of like, have you ever seen the Cartoon Network show Uncle Grandpa, where he's everyone's uncle and grandpa? Yeah, the King of Extreme works under very similar rules. Quibbles, how could you possibly disagree with anything I say? Oh, it just...
I can, but I can't.
Ooh, 4chan at it again. Yes, they have Bane. Yes, they have Bane. And folks, definitely all you beautiful people.
The first time 4chan's been in the news in months,
a while.
Right?
Yeah. So got to give it that. But wrapping up on the Supreme Court, it's the Thomas Court now, folks. Get used to it. Shit. Now, moving on to the hunterist of Bidenry. Now, Chicken, I don't know. Have you been following much of this lately? Have you seen this? Have
Hunter Biden?
Yes.
Is there more to this laptop story that we were told wasn't real, then became real, and then we were told like there's nothing on the laptop, and then all of a sudden there was stuff on the laptop, and they were like, that's all that's on the laptop, and then all of a sudden we're like, holy fuck, there was more on the laptop.
Turns out there was more. There was quite a bit more. Turns out that either Joe Biden or one of Biden's daughters is referred to as Pedo Peter in
what did he refer to as stepmom? Dr. Jill Biden was
cunt.
Yes. Oh my God.
And I quote, I'm like, whoa. Now that's one of those things, man. When somebody's private shit gets put out like that, like there's a reason why, like Chicken, even in our like private little side things, I always just assume somebody someday might put that stuff out. Just, like I'm sure like our grandkids are gonna scroll through like, oh, let's see what grandpa had to say that day. Oh my God. Like, yeah, whatever. Want that shit. But like, man, it's not good. And then also, all I'm going to say is it looks like Hunter might have been downloading pornography of a very illegal kind. The kind that motherfuckers should do some time for. So yeah. And also weighing out a considerable amount of crack, 20 grams of crack. Now, Chicken, have you seen a live PD or any shows like that?
Yeah. Well, can I just stop you right now?
Yeah.
None of this is gonna manifest into anything, and you know that.
Nope. Rules for thee, not for me, is the fucking motto of Hunter Biden's life. He should just stitch that onto a pillow. Huck Finn, Biden and Maxwell's clients want to normalize child grooming in public schools, and Alphabet Cult has now maps or pedos pushing it over the line, according to Huck Finn. And you know what? Unfortunately, like I've been formulating some jokes here for a while, and it's like kind of like the Jeff Foxworthy, like if you've seen like, you might be a redneck. Like I'm starting to put, because like it or not, that okay groomer shit, that's starting to stick.
You might be a pedophile.
Well, like if you start your sentences with "Don't tell your parents," but you might be a groomer. Like those are kind of like I'm just starting to I'm formulating just a few of those jokes. I need to have at least 4 or 5 more real strong ones. Like another one I got is, I don't think it's a strong one, but it's another one. If you think a strip club or a drag show is an appropriate field trip for a grade school child, You might be a groomer. But I don't think that one's quite as strong as the first one. So I'm trying to find a couple, like 3 or 4, the comedy's rule of threes. It used to be okay boomer, now it's okay groomer. Yeah, because that's you're absolutely right. That is the fucking craziest reverse Uno card I've ever seen pulled ever. Silent Shushu. Yeah, nothing will change. It's been out there. To be honest, 4chan trolls will be facing trouble more than yes.
Yeah.
Silent Shushu, you're absolutely right. Folks.
The people that walked into the US Capitol on January 6th. Like you can list the names of or incidents of people that literally did nothing, that hurt 0 people, damaged 0 property, and are going to be in jail for way longer than anything to do with Hunter Biden.
Well, I mean, more to the point, what Silent Shushu is putting out here, and it's a brilliant point, by the way, Silent Shushu. The people that are telling you the truth, that are trying to expose someone who very potentially could be abusing children, who very well could be abusing people, who could actually be a predator. The people that are trying to expose that are going to be in far greater likelihood of being trouble than the person actually perpetrating this. Where are your priorities, ladies and gentlemen? You're giving away the greatest part of your society, and what's worse is there's many of them out there on these very platforms that would praise those that are trying to take it away from them. Not any of you beautiful people here. You people here are the best fucking audience ever, but you know exactly what I'm talking about, okay? When you get out onto some of these yep. Weighing up some Crinac. Oh my God. Tony G. The important thing is that Amanda can't get an abortion now. Tony's not letting that one go. All right, folks. Yeah. Tony and Amanda have had quite a little
joke.
back and forth. Yes. Yeah, the ones that did the hacks will be treated like war criminals, and he will see nothing for this. Absolutely.
Yep.
Smartest guy yeah. He's the smartest guy Joe knows, who calls his own wife an entitled cunt. Yeah, that's wow.
Might be the smartest thing he ever said.
Possession of the evidence is a crime. Yes, that is the strangest fucking place that we are now. Is possession of the evidence is a crime. Crack and hookers. Let's go, Brandon. Nice. How would you say that, chicken?
Sephiroth?
Yes, Sephiroth. We'll go with that. The founder and guitarist of the band Ice Earth is still in jail for January 6th for wagging his finger of all things. There's some pretty crazy shit going on. Like, okay, I get it. People are mad, but these are still human beings. And the fact that they're being they haven't seen a fair trial, they're not getting a fair and speedy trial. So this is starting to get pretty fucked up. It's sad you can't make deaf because they will hunt you down for it.
True.
A deaf. I don't know what that is. Apple just put out a new security protection for government officials and rich people. Yes, I was going to get to that here a little later. Sephiroth. Thank you.
Sure.
Just call me Seth. Okay, I like that. I like that. We're going with that, Seth. All right.
Hey, on that note, as we got through everything, I'm gonna bow out. I do have to get up early in the morning. I do have to get to bed. Check me out, Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and on Facebook as well. We go live once a week, and Phil is on there damn near every week. And we talk about local or not local. We talk about current topics, politics, and crazy shit in the news. And we have some fun. We drink some beers. We get drunk and get a little crazy and let loose with it. So again, that's Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. Phil, thank you, sir, for having me on.
Anytime, sir.
Good night, beautiful people. Good night.
Peace, man. Yeah, I'm actually going to play a little bit of Big Bucket Empire later on tonight because it was a time when we had Cypher on talking about the Supreme Court. But Deliverance. Okay. Gotcha now. Apple stock dropping like it's hot. Now, a lot of these price drops, at least in the commodities side, I think it might be kind of the price that we're paying for our money. Like just keep that in mind. Like the dollar looks really strong right now, but that's because you got places like Sri Lanka bankrupting. So keep that in mind. Like, yeah, sure, it looks strongish, but you're kind of grading on a curve here, folks. So, all right, folks, I've got this article I was going to read for you real quick. It's from, let's see, it's from the Post Millennial. So it just is what it is. It's one of the newest ones. I kind of skimmed over the article earlier and it had a fairly decent summation here. But yes, folks, in this beautiful comment section from Huck Finn, you amazing bastard, and Bandit and all of you beautiful Silent Shushu, I mean Surface, Seth, all of you beautiful people. Let me know what you've been hearing about this while I go through this article real quick for all you beautiful people. So, all right, Hunter Biden's iPhone backup data allegedly hacked by 4chan users. Members of the 4chan online community have allegedly hacked Hunter Biden's iCloud by cracking his iPhone password on Saturday. Okay. Human Events host Jack Posobiec posted July 9th on Twitter, 4chan has apparently cracked Hunter Biden's iPhone backup password and are leaking everything. And that was when shit got fun. The article continues. The Gazette reports that 4chan users were rapidly posting the alleged contents of Hunter's iCloud account on the forum on Saturday night. Site administrators were rushing to take down or archive the posts as quickly as they went up. Many posts on the site still remain, are being posted anew, or being saved to other sites. In another tweet on the alleged Hunter crack, Posobiec wrote, quote, 4chan has already created torrents for the Hunter Biden iPhone and iCloud backups and are now seeding them. That means even if 4chan gets shut down, the copies will still be out there. God damn, you cannot, like 4chan, you just cannot fucking stay ahead of them if they want to get shit out there. Hack, maybe. Now, that's the thing. Always take it with a grain of salt. Like, I'm going to wait 48 hours before I say definitively on most stuff because, you know, there's always, like, especially with this stuff, I always say if a story's a little too on the nose, always be skeptical, but it's starting to look like this is legitimate. The Washington Examiner tried but was unable to immediately verify the contents of Biden's hacked iCloud. CNBC reported Sunday that Apple has announced a new feature for iPhone called, quote, lockdown mode, which will, quote, protect high-profile users such as politicians and activists against state-sponsored hackers. Which to me, I'm like, why is that only for the elites? Why can't all of us have that? What the fuck? No. You little plebs and peons, we need to spy on you. But no, the important people, so yeah, that's pretty fucked. Remind me, never mess with 4chan. Oh, yeah. 4chan, like their investigations are like thorough. Fucking thorough. All right, but the article continues. And quick drinky winky poo. Got to keep my singing voice in fetch. Earlier this year, the Washington Examiner was able to further verify the contents of Hunter Biden's, quote, laptop from hell, end quote, which was a story broken by the New York Post in October 2021. After it was examined by former Secret Service agent Konstantinos Gus Dimitrioulas, a cyber forensic expert, using a technique he developed called digital sandwiching. Dimitrioulas said Biden was the only person capable of producing the data emerging from the laptop. While the hacked iCloud contents have yet to be verified, Dimitrioulas did show that Biden's iCloud had been syncing his data across not only his laptop, but also his iPhone and iPad. Hunter's Apple ID has allegedly on 46 devices since 2011, including multiple computers, phones, tablets, and Apple TVs, many of which could have been backed up information to his iCloud. Information coming out of Hunter's laptop has illustrated that that between November 2018 and March 2019, Joe Biden wired his son $100,000 for his, quote, expenses, at least 30,000 of which went to pay off delinquent hooker debts. Oh, God almighty. Various other details have emerged about the president's son. Oh, God damn it. Hang on, I want to get some comments. Not for me, but for thee. Yes, absolutely. Don't mess with 4chan or the farm. Yeah, 4chan. No, maybe that's why Canada had an internet shutdown. Okay, somebody else is fucking on this. Yeah, fucking Canada had their shit just fucking shut down. Like people can't get money in Canada. Night, guys. Good luck. Let's hope Biden is shitting his pants. Yep. Hey, Silent Shoe. God bless. Biden dumpster fire. He's looking like 5 pounds of shit in a 3-pound bag. And that's the problem. Like I was saying earlier today, like some Biden supporters, it wouldn't matter what this is. He could literally shit into a bowl and they'd thank him for the ice cream. So you just kind of have to deal with people that you can actually deal with. The article continues. Various other details have emerged about the president's son's drug and prostitution habits. More revelations have come out concerning Joe Biden's financing of Hunter's overseas business deals. Right before the 2020 presidential election, then candidate Joe Biden agreed to cover over $800,000 of his son Hunter Biden's bills, including legal bills that were associated with a Chinese firm. On Thursday, it was revealed that the Biden administration sent nearly 1 million barrels of oil from the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve to a Chinese energy company in which President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, had a stake as recently as 2015. So, folks, this is not fucking good. Holy shit. Have you tried looking up Hunter Biden phone hack? Like, yeah, you almost ain't gonna find nothing, are you? It's pretty funny. Hunter should have learned from that time she had messed with oh god, 800,000. Yeah. Now here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. Hunter Biden's already admitted that him and Joe Biden have a joint checking account. Yeah, that's probably how the money's been getting laundered. That's how the money's been passing from Hunter's nefarious dealings to Joe Biden. So it's probably through that account, which, like, why he would openly admit that, again, just like, are you you gotta be fucked in the head. Now, again, you're like, there's no way. I mean, like, sure, he's an addict and all, but like, here's the thing. Unless you've got like a true blue addict in your life, you don't understand that there is no rational decision making. They are not making rational decisions. So you cannot count on them to be a rational actor. And so, yes, this does sound like pretty extreme stuff, but that's what you get when you have an addict in your life. But yeah, 800,000 fucking dollars. Jesus. And yeah, the president of the United States and Hunter Biden sharing a joint checking account with, I mean, that immediately says, like, I believe it was Huck Finn was saying earlier that yes, Biden is compromised in more ways than we know. That is the biggest problem that we need to deal with is Joe Biden, whether through this hack, and we'll see what happens in the coming days and week. Like I said, in about 48 hours, we're going to know the truth and the truth from the lies and all this. But like I said, Hunter Biden has done shit on that phone that there's motherfuckers sitting in prison for 20 years for doing the exact same shit. So this is, and like, especially like the guy's doing crack when his dad created the crime bill, which made punishments for crack more harsh than punishments for cocaine. So if Hunter Biden did get, which he won't, he will not face a minute inside a courtroom for any of this. If he were to get arrested for crack, the irony would be that his father was the person that created the law that he was being prosecuted under. 9.5 whole pizzas. says they tell you to, quote, come back later when there's more sources on the matter, when you can literally download the shit for yourself and look at it. Which, yes, but I would say don't do that, because you never know which one you're downloading. It is it the legit stuff, or is it the shit that the bad guys, winky face, are trying to trap y'all into some bullshit? Huck Finn, how many others are compromised? Most of them. It would probably be easier to list the people who weren't compromised. So yeah, especially in Washington today. How many are compromised? How many are on Epstein's list? To quote Metallica, sad but true. Yes, that's unfortunate reality. So I'm gonna say on Hunter Biden, dude, how much more of a fuck up can this guy be in terms of his father's legacy? Like, I mean, whatever his legacy was going to be, like, Hunter Biden is going to be in the fucking history books now. Like, grade school children in decades from now will know the name Hunter Biden. Okay. His dad was giving out rock pipes a while back, some real Einsteins. Yeah. Smartest guy he knows. Drain that swamp. We had a guy that tried, and DC did everything they could to get rid of him. 9.5 Whole Pizzas says, have you seen the police report from the crack pipe hunter left in a rental car at the airport? They didn't even investigate. Don't download anything. You can find enough dirt on Twitter. Bandit, you're probably correct. Like, folks, be very fucking careful what you download here. But the truth is going to come out. What goes on in the darkness always comes to the light, folks. So, and like what we found out with a lot of investigation now is President Trump was impeached for investigating things that we now know are true. Let that one sink in. Yeah. Like, a lot of people mistakenly think that Trump was impeached for Russian collusion, and that's just because the Mueller thing, everything just kind of bled together. But no, he was impeached for investigating shit in Ukraine that we now know to be true. Yeah. Like he said, mic drop. Yeah. Like, so that was literally the swamp coming to the defense of the swamp. I was about to say, like, shit, even Stevie Wonder could see that. That's, I forget who sang that. Huck Finn says, Senator Ron Johnson, Wisconsin, on Sunday charged the FBI hasn't been forthright about potential criminal activity allegedly contained in material found on a laptop belonging to Hunter Biden. Well, that's the fucking understatement of the century. And why do I say that? Why do I say that's the understatement of the century? It's simple. There's a discrepancy between what you have been able to find on the Hunter Biden laptop versus what you've been able to find on the Hunter Biden iPhone cloud data. Why is there a difference? Who do you think went in and cleaned all that up? Potatoes? FBI is currently owned by Potatoes. Bandit, you're close, but I'm just saying you're putting the cart before the horse there. So yeah, who do you think? Like, yeah, they give that shit to the FBI, and then suddenly all the good lurid stuff is gone. Wonder who did that. Funny. Allegedly, winky face. Got to say that to keep streaming, folks. But yeah, the FBI, they're definitely compromised at this point. They're definitely a political arm. Acting, shit. I'd say that's just been pretty much their fucking MO since the 70s, anyways, maybe 60s. Joe should have gotten Hillary cloth to wipe the hard drives. Yes. Hillary got off and still no charges have been brought against her, even though her crimes are, well, that and like for the first time in my lifetime, an FBI director was taking the forgive and forget, live and let live. It's all good. It's all gravy. It's like, said no FBI director ever. What the fuck? Like, oh, she had no intent to do wrong. Like, since when has that been a fucking standard? What the fuck? So yeah, like at that moment, we all kind of knew. All right, we got folks who are compromised, which is not good. Not good at all. But now, folks, I'm going to give one final word on this. We will find out in about 48 hours what's going to happen with Hunter Biden. We're going to find out just how deep the rabbit hole goes. And is there something more than just the lurid? Is there something potentially criminal? I think if you get really deep into some of the money dealings, and if you can get into that joint checking account, yeah. I think we're going to find some shit. Now, the bigger question, when the Republicans take the House, do they impeach Biden? And if so, over what? I got a funny feeling Hunter's going to have something to do with it. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are, audience. Do you think that the Republicans are going to impeach Joe Biden when they take the House in November? So it'll be like January, February of next year. Articles of impeachment will start to get written up. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that, because let's be frank, it was the Democrats who opened this Pandora's box, but turnabout's fair play. So Bandit, the problem with going deep leads to potential war with China. Huck Finn says yes, impeachment will happen. There will be articles of impeachment filed against Joseph R. Biden. And my advice to Hunter Biden is if the Republicans do take the House of Representatives, he needs to get himself like a really comfy pillow to sit on, because his ass is going to be in front of a fucking committee for the fucking foreseeable future. For the next 2 years, he's going to be in front of a committee. And that's all he's going to be doing for pretty much the foreseeable future. Marvelous. Go Byleth. Oh God. Nah, they will just have Joe die from COVID or some. This is according to 9.5 whole pizzas. They will have Joe die from COVID or some shit, and then Kamala will become, quote, first Black Native American president. Huck Finn, do not underestimate Chuck Grassley. Oh, don't underestimate him. Yeah, we'll see what that would be something to watch, actually. Start spamming Hunter with promo codes for My Pillow. Welcome to My Pillow. Hunter, you're going to need to be sitting on this one because your ass is going to be in an impeachment hearings for the foreseeable future. And if you type in promo code Q, you'll get 17% off of My Pillow. Goddamn. That would be quite something to see. But I think Democrats kind of open this Pandora's box, and there's nothing that can be done about that now. We're going to see Biden probably get impeached, and you're going to see a lot of presidents into the foreseeable future get impeached. Seth, yeah, I'm not holding my breath between sailing the CCP or oil and giving money to Ukraine. There's no way this is the straw that breaks the mule's back. God, Seth, like that. That's the problem, is the people in power are very good at keeping their power even when they've done clear moral wrongs. Like that's a very interesting. Like, we do get into the danger of Caligula territory when that starts happening. Huck Finn, then Hunter will be living in a van down by the river. Now, Jack, how do we get this country back on track? Like, oh God, yes. I have been compared to Chris Farley once, maybe even twice. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Best chat ever. Biden in a van. Hunter Biden would probably be like at peace in his van because, like I was gonna tell Chicken earlier, 20 some grams of crack. That's a lot of crack. I don't know if you've watched like Bad Boys, what you gone, or like any of those shows, like the Cops or anything like that. But usually the perp is caught with like a half a gram of crack, a quarter gram of crack. If they're a real rich baller motherfucker, like a gram of crack, 20 grams of crack, like there's like lock, stock, and two smoking barrels fucking heist plans that are done over that much crack. Like, I mean, Jesus, like you get like your group of lovable old scamps, your group of bad scamps. That's a fucking Guy Ritchie movie trying to get that much crack. Like, Jesus. Like, yeah, that's a lot of fucking crack. I don't know if you've watched any of them police shows, but that's it's more than a little bit of crack there. So like I bet he was high as shit making really bad decisions. No doubt. He will be a street clown doing finger paintings on Skid Row. No, actually, no shit. I remember when I was a kid, my parents took me to go see some relations who lived in San Francisco. And they took us to the Fisherman's Wharf. And there was the silver guy doing his silver thing. I was 7 at the time. And I look over at my cousin who's 5 and I tell her, and my brother is there next to him. I look at them both and go, "Stay in school, kids. Otherwise, you'll be the silver man." And I remember my uncle laughed his ass off to that. So yeah, be careful, kids. 9.5 whole pizzas. That's how the gun ended up being up behind that dumpster. Oh Lord. Sucking dick once that joint bank account even. Oh, ouch. Damn. Buy mine now. Fucking hitting hard tonight. But hey, we'll see what happens. But no, that's the thing. Hunter Biden will live out his days in a level of privilege that few could ever even imagine. Why? Because he's the son of Joe fucking Biden. Yeah, that's great. That's a great system we got there. Like, despite all the things he's done, despite all the crimes he's committed, despite the people he might have hurt, he's just gonna sail on by. So we'll see how that goes. Now, folks, I have to hit them. I just gotta grab a tissue real quick. But I've got something that I want to show you, beautiful people. And I'm going to be jumping in. And if you've got any kind of comments, I'm definitely going to hit those. But I also wanted to show this to you. This was a little bit of time over at Big Buckin' Empire. It's Chicken Show. This guy right here and the guy next to him, Tony G, the guy in the cowboy hat. And we had Cypher from Crowdsourced Politics come on. And I figured some of you folks from the Tiberius raid might be actually kind of familiar with him. So I figured that'd be the best thing while I grab me a tissue and such. And but this is talking about the Supreme Court Roe v. Wade decision. And this episode was called 146, A Big Buckin' Empire, Roe Derangement Syndrome, folks.
So we'll see how this goes.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, I had to just take a moment because my daughter's laptop was still on Wi-Fi and she was watching Netflix. It's like, I kind of need the Wi-Fi power, kid. I'm in a village of 300 people. I need everything I can to stream tonight. Sorry, kiddo. But Cypher, I had a big introduction about how like you were greater than Mekhi Phifer, better than Rowdy Roddy Piper, the one, the only motherfucking Cypher. I had this whole intro ready, but another time, another day, sir. But I invited you on this evening of Crowdsourced Politics on YouTube, if that's correct, and Twitch as well. Yes, we are never above shameless self-promotion here at Big Buckin' Empire. But I figured, we're going to be talking about the Roe case probably just a little bit. I think we might even touch on it a frit. And I figured it'd be good for there to be a little bit of pushback because otherwise it might just look like a bunch of right-wingers spiking the football over the Roe decision. So I thought, hey, why not in the interest of equal time, we're going to bring on the one, the only Cypher. And we've got a couple of interesting topics this evening to touch on. I think the Roe is going to be like the main event. We're going to build to it and we're going to get there. But without further ado, Chicken, host of this show this evening. What is the topic du jour this evening?
Let's kick it off with the AOC's most recent appearance, and the only reason I usually don't try to like do any dunking on her, but there was three. I know, right? There was three specific things that went through on she went into the lion's den of Stephen Colbert's show. And she's gonna get a bunch of really, really tough questions, and she's gonna get.
If you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
I'm sorry, I've got a cold chicken. I think my sense of sarcasm is a little off.
It's broken.
I hope you're being hyperbolic there.
It's your long COVID. It's okay.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, but one of the bigger ones that actually kind of blew up on Twitter a little bit, but probably the one that everybody's talking about the most is pressing AOC on running for president. And then she did a specific call to Joe Biden when it comes to actions against the filibuster in order to codify Roe, and several other things. Oh my God, it's time. That's right. Project Saturday is welcome back. So yeah. Did anybody watch any of these clips or hear anything about this? I guess we'll start there.
Nobody watches Stephen Colbert live anymore. They just watch the YouTube clips after. That's the way everybody watches TV these days.
That's true. If it scrolls across my TikTok feed.
But I got some comments here I gotta hit. Bandit says, when Joe passes, that's when Hunter will pay. We will see abortions for all. Hello, Trump cultists. Well, welcome to the K.O.E. Nation. I'm sure you're just going to be a box of fluffy doves. It's going to be awesome. But yes, let's get deeper into this cipher of crowdsourced politics and all the beautiful people. And we get into AOC, then we get into Roe.
Wait, you mean to tell me boomers are on TikTok now? Fuck.
I know. Yeah. Actually, it's mostly boomers. Turns out, that's how I got all my followers.
That's right. You're not plugged into right wing TikTok. There's a whole other side of TikTok.
I'm not plugged into TikTok at all because it's owned by the Chinese, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at you guys giving your personal information to the Chinese government. What kind of conservatives are you?
This motherfucker's spitting here, folks.
Bill's gonna turn into a lefty tonight. Here we go.
Oh God, it's like, hey, I remember a couple of years ago, me, Tony, and Chicken were having a knockdown drag out over that very topic, and it was it was really something. I'll just put it. But yeah, you do raise an excellent point that TikTok is at this point we didn't know, but we kind of knew. Now we know because of leaks that you're freely and willfully giving your data to a hostile foreign power on TikTok, and it's very unfortunate.
You don't live stream on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, DLive, or any of those other popular platforms.
Well, hey, no, there you're being spied on, and your data's being collected by the good old American FBI. You see, that's different. The NSA and the FBI, that's more better, Tony. That's more better.
Not harvested by foreign entities at all. Absolutely.
Well, no, they have to buy it from our intelligence agencies first, so that's more better, T.
Well, capitalism.
I mean, it is. It's literally is better. I don't know what the sarcasm is there. Would you rather have
your tax dollars are taking your information? It's great.
Hey, that's fine. That's better. Hey, better than the authoritarian Chinese, right?
Yeah.
Well, now, Cypher, as the resident, I'm not going to. Sorry to paint with a broad brush, but as the resident lefty of the show, let's be frank, you're probably
comparatively more than likely, yeah.
Yeah, grading on a curve, yes. Now, coming down to 2024, and the primary is Bernie versus AOC. Who are you casting your ballot for in Texas?
I'm sorry, say again.
If it's 2024 and the Democratic primary is not, I accidentally messed up, not Bernie, but Biden versus AOC.
Oh, Biden.
Sorry. I know.
I mean, this hypothetical doesn't matter because it's not going to happen, but probably AOC. And I say probably because it depends on how many concessions Biden is willing to actually make to get people. And to be frank, though, I mean, if Biden, Biden's going to win the nomination, the Democratic Party isn't ready for AOC. Let's be real.
Oh no, it's not.
No. So
actually,
it's
Chicken,
not.
You remember when we went off air the first time you ever had me on? I said, dude, this is my prediction. Eventually, within the next 20 years, AOC is going to be the president of the United States.
100% gonna happen.
I stand by that because she like there's only two people in American politics that get that level of negative reaction, and it's Trump and AOC. And number three isn't even close. And if you can get people engaged, you pretty well got them. And so that's, to me, I think AOC is probably going to, like, maybe not 2024, but sooner rather than later, I think she's going to be the Democratic nominee, and it's going to be
can't
awful
envision
hard.
a world where the sitting president can't win the primary.
Well, there's not going to be a primary, more than
exactly.
likely. So
Exactly.
I mean, there'll be one.
I mean, it's not even like, it's not even going to be like Democrats, you know, to like prevent one. It's just, it's not going to happen because of all the stuff that your side is doing right now. The fact that this is all.
Huck Finn with something very lurid, but I'm curious if anybody can verify this. Huck Finn, picture of Joe Biden naked with an alleged underage naked girl with her arm tied to a rope attached to a tree limb. Oh my goodness. If anybody can confirm that without sending me a link in some way, it's like, okay, can we isn't that's something, but we continue.
All happening is going to more than likely energize Democrats to fall in line to a degree, not completely. There is less loyalty among liberal left coalition.
I'll look into it a little later.
Right wing coalition, but it will cause people to more or less fall in line to a better degree than we've ever seen in the last. Well, I guess since Obama's first term.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're about to see, like, we got a midterm election coming up here really soon. And it's kind of like that scene from Daniel Day-Lewis Lincoln, where he said, well, from this day, I named all slaves emancipated from this day henceforth. But I thought I might have been wrong about that. So I gave the American people a year and a half to think about it, and they reelected me. And so we're about to have a very similar situation. We're about to see in this midterm what the people think of this exactly. But I don't think it's going to have a reverberating effect on this midterm necessarily. I was talking with Tony about this, and Tony said, Phil, if you think the right's not going to get any pushback, or you don't think the pendulum's going to swing back at you in some way hard, you're fucking kidding yourself. And I said, I understand what you're saying there, T, because for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. That's just the way it is. So if you push one way, the pendulum's going to swing back the other way. But I thought about it because in 2015, when the gay marriage decision got handed down, I was attending some very evangelical churches at the time, and they were saying, like, oh my God, we're like 2 Supreme Court decisions away from it being illegal to live our lives according to the gospel. And so they became activated. And like I've said, and it resulted in Trump becoming elected and then getting 3 Supreme Court justices. And so now for folks on the left, you got gay marriage, but it cost you Roe v. Wade. And so it's really a question of now, what is going to be the reaction to that from the left? And I don't think it's going to be something so surface level as just one election swings. I think there's going to be.
You're saying this is just a pendulum swinging, equal opposite reactions back and forth. It's just going to ping.
This isn't
around.
okay. Can
but go ahead.
No, I honestly reject this whole pendulum swinging thing. The people, what we're seeing, there's some pushback on, we'll say, for lack of a better term, woke politics, right? There's some pushback on that. Not a lot. There's some, right? But when it comes to things like gay marriage, abortion rights, etc., nothing swung. What only thing that changed is who's had power. So with the Supreme Court, they slowly got more and more right-wing people into the Supreme Court since Bush, right? They prevented Obama from getting a duly appointed Supreme Court justice. They took that gamble. They won. Congratulations. You took a huge gamble. You won. You almost fucked yourself, but hey, it paid off in the end, right? And all that changes is the people are in power. The people that are able to make law, because the Supreme Court makes law. That's common law. That's just how the system is designed. It's how America has always been. And now you have the situation where we have your side having this issue where they're the dog that caught the car. What the fuck are you going to do with it? And people on my side are like, people that are like, I'm going to call them basic liberals here. People are like, oh, I think that the system will work out. It should be fine.
Bandit says Cypher is dead wrong. He makes his own argument against it. Like, to me, I just can't see how you could oppose this idea. Like, there is going to be a pendulum pushback. I don't know what it's going to look like exactly, because like I was talking to Tony earlier that day, and I didn't quite finish that thought. Here was even I didn't really think that gay marriage becoming a legal thing was going to result in Roe v. Wade getting overturned. I didn't think it was going to go there. And yet there we were. There we found ourselves. And I was quite shocked. And if you would have told me in 2015 it was going to result there, I wouldn't have thought it. Huck Finn says, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, they should have replaced her when they had the chance. They did not. And that's when Trump got that pick. Bandit says, SCOTUS does not make law. Read the Constitution. Absolutely correct. They're more of like a referee, at least in theory. They have been making a little bit of law as of late, maybe a little more than they should. But that is an entirely different debate. Those justices being threatened will make this interesting. But yeah, I do really push back on Cypher's argument that there's some sort of like the pendulum doesn't swing. But now what I mean by this is what the reaction is going to be is something that we really can't foresee yet, because the conservatives didn't think that Roe v. Wade was going to get overturned in 2022 when they got activated in 2015. Now, I have no idea what the actual reaction is going to be from the left. It's not going to be zero. It's not going to be nothing. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Now, Clarence Thomas kind of swept out from under the feet of the left. The first obvious one is they were going to go after guns in some way, because that's kind of an easy cultural, tit for tat. But Clarence Thomas pretty much cleared up Second Amendment jurisprudence for basically a generation. So I don't really see how that's, that's not really going to happen. So like, I hate to get kind of artsy on you, but I remember, years ago, I read Batman Death of the Family, a really good comic book. And Batman talked about the reason he never killed the Joker is he was always afraid of what was going to come up afterwards. After he eliminated the Joker, something worse was probably going to come out of this city somehow. And to me, it's like, I wonder, like, now that this, like, as far as the right's concerned, this dragon of Roe v. Wade has been slayed, what is going to rise up in its place? And this is something that nobody can possibly predict. Not you, not me, not anybody. And Bandit says they're not supposed to, them, quote, write laws what came back to bite them in Roe. Yes. And with any of the implied rights, I was actually trying to explain implied rights and enumerated rights to my daughter as to how we got here, because she was a little concerned, like, Daddy, what's going on here? Because she watches TikTok and she sees oh my God, the sky is falling, the end is nigh. Like, she sees that. And so, we had some really good discussions about that. So I'm really glad we had this time. But it was, we're in some very interesting times. But yes, Bandit, you're right. They're not supposed to be writing laws. They're supposed to be referees. But here we sit anyways. But Cypher, I cut him off mid-thought, so I'll let him continue.
Like, what the fuck? And their heads are just exploding everywhere. Meanwhile, people like me have been seeing the writing on the wall since 2002. Okay? Like, this is something that evangelicals, that the Federalist Society, that the groups like the Family, the Focus on the Family, all these kind of right-wing groups have been wanting since the 60s. Some of these groups exist only because of Roe v. Wade.
Federalist Society is the main one. Yeah, they've done a lot of work on this.
Oh, so as someone on the right, I was shocked when this is actually going to happen. Like, get the like, I thought this was just like, this is just a problem that the Republicans can always campaign on and never really do anything about. And just like you said, like,
so.
when we had the leak come out, I said, like, I do feel like we're a dog that's about to catch this car, and right wingers, we got to own this one. So let's not pretend like this is all going to be fairies and boxes of fluffy doves going forward. There's going to be some collateral here to understand, but this is the way we are going now. Clarence Thomas is pretty much runs the court now, for lack of better terms. John Roberts is his only real counterweight, and only if all 5 other conservative justices aren't strictly behind him. So like Nate Dallin said a couple weeks ago, Trump supporters, your ballot that you cast in 2016 will probably be the most influential and consequential ballot you ever cast in your life, and it will be unlikely that anyone will ever get a chance to do something like that ever again.
And they shouldn't get the chance to do it again, to be frank.
Think about how bad
I don't know what he
Hillary
means by that. I never really pushed back on it because we had other stuff that came up. But Seth goes, "You think I don't want to? It's not that I'm scared to. It's I'm scared I can't go back once that line is crossed. Batman Under the Red Hood, more or less." I'll revisit that in a second. "All the Supreme Court did was bat the ball into Congress to codify." Yes, Huck Finn, but you also got to realize that it's like, all right, Congress, I'm sure a group of 500 backstabbing, self-serving, snarling sacks of human snake feces will come to a quick consensus. So there is that. So I'm not counting on that anytime soon. But yes, Seth, I actually pulled it up right here. Batman, you don't understand. I don't think you ever understood. Jason Todd, what? That your moral code just won't allow for that? It's too hard to cross that line? Batman, no! God almighty, no! It'd be too damned easy. But if I do that, if I allow myself to go down into that path, I'll never come back. I can't. I'm sorry. There you go. Sorry, got some fucking Batman to go with that. But yes, that you are correct, Huck, that it is Congress can do what it likes. So let it do something. Anything. Just something. Like, even just like Congress, just do a little dance, do a little jig, do something, anything. Jesus Christ. So that's the one reason why I'm not too worried about that anytime soon.
feels for not visiting just a couple more states before the 2016 election.
You know, like,
I don't think
that's a likable woman in politics.
Well, no, I don't think that would have mattered much. I understand the argument, right? Because she ignored the Rust Belt. 100% very good critique. Everybody should make it, like, right? Hold people's feet to the fucking fire. Tell them when they fuck up. I just don't think that actually had as much sway as people think it did. In Michigan specifically, I think what happened in Michigan is actually Obama showing up to Michigan and drinking the Flint tap water.
Yeah, that was bad.
I think that fucked
really
things
stupid.
up.
That was a little tone deaf.
It was tone deaf. It was also, and nobody believed that he actually was drinking Flint water. Like, even if he was, no one was going to believe it.
He
like,
thought that was going to work because he went and swam in the Louisiana Ocean with his kids when there was that big oil spill. He's like, well, I did that, and that was totally a good photo op, so why won't this work?
Yeah, I think that turned off a lot of people, and that happened too close to the election, if I recall correctly. It was like 6 months, maybe?
I'm sorry. Could you just see the distaste on his face as I did my Obama impression? But I'm sorry, that's fucking dead on. Hello, everybody. My name is Barack Hussein Obama. I was born in Hawaii, educated internationally, spent the majority of my adult life in Chicago, Illinois, and yet somehow I strangely have a slight Southern accent. Yeah, figure that one out. All right, Hal Jordan, fucking Green Lantern's light, motherfucker. Through darkest day, through blackest night, burn like my fury. Green Lantern's might. I fucking love it. Yes, Hal Jordan. The left are a bunch of hypocrites. They will say the SCOTUS can't make law, but they accepted the SCOTUS ruling that made abortion legal in all states. So yes, they can, but no, they can't. According to Hal Jordan. Hal Jordan, then they can't make laws, but let's pack the court, do that so they can make law. Oh God. Yeah. Hal Jordan, I'm sorry. I was a classic comic book nerd. Like, one of my barbers when I was a kid, he was an actual old school, actual barber. And he's old man. He's passed on now. But when I was a little kid, he had like little old Archie comics, old Green Lantern comics, old Superman and Spider-Man and like Marvel DC, the like shit from like 1967. And like, if you were gentle with them, you could still read them while you waited for your haircut. And so, yeah. Sorry. When you dropped Hal Jordan's like, sorry, I'm not gonna miss that one. So I was one of the few kids that grew up thinking the Green Lantern actually was, somebody that could whoop ass. So, but all right, the panel continues,
6 months?
which
I
you
don't
can
know. I
find
don't
these
know the
folks
exact
at Big Buck and Empire on YouTube. It's a place to be.
time frame, but I think that turned off more people than
Right
Hillary
after
Clinton
you
not
subscribe to
showing up.
KOE Nation on
because
YouTube.
she only lost by like less than a
I'm never
percentage.
above shameless self promotion.
So
it was a close one. It was a nail biter. And
it's one of
that's
those situations. Sorry, go ahead, Phil.
No, I was just gonna say that's kind of our problem with our modern elections is, well, okay, one person got 51% and the other one got 49%. And that's pretty much and it's that fucking close everywhere and all the major places that count. And then like, if you like, even like, oh, there was some chicanery here. It's like, fuck, how do you even prove it when those margins are so fucking slim? Not saying that there's been any, I'm saying there's been no court case that has affirmed any fraud in the election. Let me just say that right now. So Susan Wiki doesn't bar us for all
no
time.
erection fraud.
But,
absolutely none.
But I do want to say,
proven in
this is something that I've noticed that's kind of
say
happened on
that.
both the left and the right. Is
It's never proven.
like, if we were to assume the alternate timeline where Hillary had won in 2016, what we would have been having this week would have been having kind of the equal opposite on the left, where what we've had is, folks on the right for years been like, oh, I'm gonna, I want abortion to be safe, legal, and rare, and all the, the general talking points. But then when they get to the point of the Supreme Court's gonna make it, oh well, guess abortion's illegal, LOL, and they just kind of shrug their shoulders, like, oh well, that's just the way it is. Now, if it would have been the timeline of Hillary Clinton winning, you would have seen much the same, where it would have been like, people on the left are like, I support the Second Amendment, and I think we should have the Second Amendment, but then when it gets to, well, okay, you don't have a right to a gun in or outside the home. Oh well, guns are illegal, LOL. And you would have just seen kind of that that sort of weird juxtaposition where you have folks on the left and the right, sort of what I've heard called hiding their power, where they're like not being quite genuine with what it is that they're wanting, because it's really weird, because people that I've heard for years saying, oh, a woman's right to choose and all that, like, suddenly you're hearing a lot of baby killer talk. Like, these people are killing babies, and it's like, it's very strange.
Well, it's because they gotta win. So of course they're doing that.
Big W. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to push back just a little bit on that. So not a ton. I don't think the justices that Hillary Clinton would have appointed would have been that anti-gun. I don't think that would have been the case, because again, we're talking about liberals here, not leftist. And I know that if you go further enough left, you get your gun back. I understand that, but the extreme anti-gun crowd, I don't think would have had much in the way of Clinton serving them a good purpose.
Yeah, there's one thing I've always kind of wondered.
Like, we'll let Chicken tear that apart first. But Huck Finn, the Man of Steel's motto used to be truth, justice, and the American way. Changed to Superman's new mission statement: truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, but like, that was one of the reasons why, like, America was the shining beacon on the hill, that people wanted to, you strived to be an American if you were somewhere else in the world. Like, my great grandfather, when he came from Greece, he was so proud to be an American. He stood for the national anthem, put his hand over his heart. Huge FDR Democrat. Just loved his country and his new country, and he embraced it wholeheartedly. And yes, it was things like truth, justice, and the American way. Those were like, and I really can't get on board with changing something like that after so long, but that was some sort of silly ass corporate meeting. Hal Jordan, abortion was okay until they kept pushing to birth abortion, where you leave it untouched on the table till it died. Like, unfortunately, Hal, you've touched on something. I've said this on many other panels, so I'll just repeat it here. The Democrats got us here by pushing for what was ostensibly infanticide, like what you're talking about right here, like aborting the baby up to the minute that it's due. Like, I'm sorry, like, there's even your most ardent antinatalist is going to get a little fucking
queasy at that notion, or at least you'd hope. Now, I've been on some panels where some folks just were arguing it wholeheartedly, like, nope, up until the very minute. I'm like, motherfuck. Like, dude, like you're willing to kill a baby the minute before it's born just so you can cross your arms and say, well, aren't I staying consistent today? Like, wow. So yeah, you will run into some weird motherfuckers on these panels. Huck Finn protesting the World Health Organization in Switzerland today. Very large protest. Thank you for the update. And Huck Finn, if you are not subscribed to K.O.E Nation on YouTube, please do, because I want to hear more from you in the future. You're just one of those great motherfuckers, just letting people know what's got happening, and you're just fucking bringing the fucking thunder tonight. And you are one of those super fans of the K.O.E Nation. And thank you. God bless you. And in fact, I pull out the pen of extreme and I knight you a knight, a thane of the K.O.E Nation for the entire week. The whole week, you are now a thane, Huck Finn. Here's the keys. Bring it back with a full tank of gas. Yes. All right. Yes, you did. Dutch farmers are saying no to the Great Reset and climate communism. Maddie Cakes, don't you dare shame me for my multiple abortion. I was actually on a abortion panel with Maddie Cakes one time, and like I feel like if there wasn't so much like anger in the air from everybody else, like I think like even some folks were saying in the comments, I feel like K.O.E and Maddie Cakes could have actually gotten somewhere in that discussion, because like whether you like it or not, she does like bring out something very vulnerable, and that's worth discussing, and that's worth meeting head on. And so it's very interesting. But yeah, like now, it's one thing that I will say to anyone within the sound of my voice. If you are within the sound of my voice at all, and you are finding yourself in that position where there may be a life coming into this world because of your actions, I will say, yes, there will be moments where there will be burdens, but I promise you, that baby will be the best part of your life. So I just wanted to get that out there. So if you find yourself in that unfortunate position, just keep that in mind. I promise you that baby will be the absolute best part of what it is that you call life. So that's just one thing I always like to get out there a little bit. But yeah, that panel got very emotional, got very heated, and it's just one of those. Hal Jordan says, I feel like abortion is like this new LGBTQ. They want to keep adding more and more letters. Now people identify as birds with no gender. Yeah, I've noticed the xenogender stuff is kind of where kids are starting to draw the line. Like that's kind of the line I've noticed where the next generation is like, okay. Like if you wanting to transition from a man to a woman over your lifetime, that they're totally cool with that. That's your own decision. Live your life, live your best life. But like the Martian gender, they're like, okay. And like Ollie London, that guy who says he's a middle-aged white dude and now he's trying to claim that he's a 22-year-old Korean. Like even the younger generations are like, yeah, that's not a thing. It's like, okay, good, thank God. Wait, Huck Finn says citizens storm Bank of China in Zhengzhou over frozen assets. Holy shit, folks! If that like Huck Finn drop, like if that shit's going down, whoa, folks. China's not keeping their shit locked down like they used to. Citizens storm the Bank of China, and like that ain't a tiny little fucking backwater of China. Like that's actually a pretty fucking big spot if my geography serves me well at the moment. But like yeah, because I don't have a map pulled up. I'm just like, but damn, whenever like now Huck, I gotta say, if my mother is still watching, she's gonna love this because she was saying that's gonna start happening. People are gonna freak out and start running for the banks. It's happening. It's going down. Get ready. And nobody's listening to me, but the banks are gonna get run on. And so, Huck, if my mother is watching right now, which I'm sure if she's not right now, she's gonna watch this show with tomorrow morning's coffee. She
enjoyed by you at the moment, Huck. You have no idea. Huck Finn. Mexican drug cartels using drones to spot border agents and Texas law enforcement to run mules with drugs across borders. You know, them cartel motherfuckers are crafty motherfuckers, however you want to look at it. Now, the unfortunate reality of it is since 2019, Mexico hasn't really had an operational government. There is no real, what you could call government in Mexico anymore. Because you got to remember is that Mexico, the government was actually beaten and routed in open battle by El Chapo's cartel in October of 2019. The cartels won that battle. The Mexican government was routed. So they don't actually have what you could call an operational government. They have a bunch of people that get in front of cameras and realize that they don't say the right thing, there's a gun to their head. So, it's a very beautiful place, but there's a lot of places with nice beaches is what I'm going to say if you're thinking about tourism. Like Mexico is one of those places that it should be a paradise, but its politics just don't allow it. So I hope the best for them because they've also got like great silver mines. They've got great tourist locations. It should be a paradise and it should be an economic powerhouse in its region, but its politics are fucked. And part of it is something that nobody likes to talk about is who's doing all those drugs. Yeah, it's folks in the United States. Like, so it's people who's got a penchant for nose candy. Like, yeah, so, maybe something to think about. Maybe change your habits from nose candy to like high grade marijuana that comes from the shops because that's American made, at least. God damn it. Not to be construed as actual legal advice. Yes, got to throw that one in there. Flashy buddy, they trying to censor the Hunter leak, but it won't work because too many people are aware now. Yep, the Streisand effect is happening. Bandit, it is happening. China is over a bear. Oh my. Technology works both ways to catch criminals and for criminals to avoid being caught. Very true. Huck Finn, Greg Abbott, TX blames Biden immigration policies for invasion driven by cartels at southern border. Chris Rowley, Gates Foundation grocery store caught on fire in Netherlands. Jesus Christ. Hal Jordan, does that store sell artificial meat? That's funny. Like I saw I was camping out and somebody accidentally grabbed Stranger Things chicken nuggets, but they're from the Upside Down. And because of that, they're made of artificial plant-based protein. And so when we found that out, we were like, son of a bitch. But we all kind of got to laugh at it because my daughter's a huge Stranger Things fan. So I was like, no, it totally makes sense if it's from the Upside Down. And it's like, oh, okay. Now I get you. Yes. And uses EV for deliveries. Damn, Chris Rowley. Thank you for joining us, Chris. And if you are not subscribed to K.O.E Nation on YouTube, I mean, come on, you're leaving intellectual money on the table. Huck Finn, Texas has deployed thousands of Texas National Guard soldiers and DPS troopers and spent over $4 billion of Texas taxpayer money to secure our border. Whew, boy. It does, Bandit. It does. Oh, man. It's happening. Yeah, because there's the war on drugs that we've had in the United States, and then there's the drug war. It's a different thing. It's a whole curmudgeon, ain't it though? Holy bejeebus. But folks, that is a nice little soiree, and apparently I gotta give Huck, I'm gonna play this for just a minute or two while I look up what's going on in China at the moment. But also we got Flash Buddies. Elon now finesse Twitter into cheaper deal. Now we can hope for open information. Yeah, like the day Elon actually gets Twitter, I might actually get started Twitter. If it never happens, we'll see. But no, now Twitter has to talk about their bots in open court. Like it's actually a pretty,
Motherfucker knows how to fucking maneuver himself. I'll give him that. Because, like, well, okay. It's like a meme. Elon says, they said I couldn't buy Twitter. Then they wouldn't disclose bot info. Now they want to force me to buy Twitter in court. Now they have to disclose bot info in court. So yeah, Elon kind of wins that one out in the end regardless. But we'll see what happens there. But I'm actually going to look into China real quick. And we're going to get a little deeper into the Supreme Court here, folks.
If Hillary did win, would the it seemed with Trump, obviously it became a bigger divide in mainstream politics. In the discourse obviously was terrible. If Hillary would have won, yeah, she's a shit person, and most people really don't care for her necessarily. But would her policy stances actually have driven things apart? Would the media been as abrasive as they were with Trump? No, like I'm not saying it would have been a better world at all, because I just cringe anytime I think about this devil woman. But you kind of wonder, like, yeah, like you said, what were her justices? What would they have been?
Well, we'd be
like?
4 years into this inflationary period, at least. We'd have a good start.
No, because Clinton's not an MMT person either.
Right.
You guys are confusing. Like,
Modern
this is the thing that I see.
theory and other fantasies.
Yes.
MMT is just
I was most
okay. Let me because you're gonna call it fantasy. The United States has been operating under MMT since Nixon. Full stop.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. It was Nixon who took us off the gold standard. One of the worst things he did in office.
It was one of the best things he did in office. That and establishing the EPA. But
decoupling our dollar from anything real, so now it can fund every war in every fucking corner of the world now. Yeah,
because that is how currency has been throughout all time. Look at chartalism.
Currency has actually usually been a gold standard throughout most time, and actually for our most prosperous time in American history was under the gold standard. So that's and actually our best time in the United States history.
You're looking at things, trying to look at things in a vacuum.
Which I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to mean, because no economy is just in a vacuum. It's like I'm not quite sure what that's even supposed to mean. Musk pulled a rabbit season, duck season with Twitter. That he did, Hal Jordan. And yeah, I gotta give Huck Finn credit here. Yeah, the Chinese riots are a thing, and as of like 16 minutes ago, it looks like the Chinese government kind of made that riot that is now sort of a was. We may never hear from them motherfuckers ever again. Oh no! So them Chinese banks just gained some deposits, maybe. I don't know. Huck Finn, the people of Argentina are now rising up in Buenos Aires against their government economic policies. Martin Guzman, the economic minister, resigned on July. Fuck. Okay. God damn. Huck Finn, we love you. Goddamn. Bandit 848, only theory works in a vacuum. But like that's the thing. Like this was. An economy doesn't work in a vacuum. An economy is always interacting. Chris Rowley, the world is burning. I don't want to set the world on fire. Just want to start a flame in your heart. But yes, flashy buddy. First Sri Lanka, now China. Yeah, Sri Lanka was shocking. Tiananmen Square Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. We might be heading there.
Because so when I say the charter,
I'm saying that was our best economic period.
It was also the discovery of oil, the discovery of the computer chip, the discovery of like all these technologies. It wasn't because of gold. Gold didn't do any of this. It was human
that
innovation.
was the money that we had, and it was. It's like saying, like, I mean, we had the evolution of single cell organism to multicellular, and then we left, the oceans to walk amongst to walk amongst the land, and then we grew into very complex creatures, and we but that's not because of oxygen. What? Like, to me, that's like almost hard to respond to.
Doesn't matter.
Real. And
the money we didn't have
the same inflation problems that we do now.
No, we had massive deflation We had massive deflation problems and bank runs,
but we haven't had the inflationary issues that we got post Nixon.
But the reason that we got the inflation after Nixon is because of the oil embargo and OPEC, because we're an oil-based economy. Had the OPEC not barred oil exports to the United States due to our support of Israel,
we would have gone into the Middle East a few decades early.
Say what?
So you're saying we would have gone into the Middle East a few decades early if we would have stuck with the gold standard?
No, if we would have, if we did.
Bandit saying, not to derail, but doing this standing is a power play. I like it. Well, it's just like, I can stand and do this the whole time. It's not a problem for me. There's times when I've been standing for like 7 hours. It gets to be a bit of a like, okay, but yeah, I could stand and just do the whole thing. But tonight here at the mill, I'm doing it sitting because I ain't got any internet back at my house. But yes, it's something that a lot of people comment on, that I'm standing while I do this. And fuck it, it's fun for me.
Didn't support a Jewish state, we wouldn't have gotten the oil embargo, regardless of if we had a gold standard or not. That inflation would have happened because it was because of an oil supply shock in the United States.
So now Cypher introduces the Israel knot to the story. Interesting.
It's just what happened. That's like, I'm not saying that it was one way or the other that we should or shouldn't have supported Israel. That was the consequences of doing so. The entire Middle East said, fuck the United States, you're not getting our oil. So they pulled out the oil, they set up the embargo, and we ended up having an oil supply shock because of it. Even though we were developing our own oil fields and stuff at a record pace. It happened. It started under
Ford.
It started under Nixon. I think it was under Ford, actually. So we'll say it started with Ford. Carter essentially inherited the oil embargo, the stagflation that happened in the 70s. He got a lot of the blame for it because he tried to fix it with Volcker. Volcker is doing what
Volcker does what Volcker does. And yes, we got another source, Huck Finn, breaking a Bill Gates Foundation supermarket in the Netherlands that focuses on new age foods like plant protein meat has spontaneously caught fire in the middle of the night. Food places have been seemingly combustible as of late. Me as a farmer, I'm getting a little worried here. Like, what the fuck? Like, okay, like, let me just tell all y'all, as a guy that farms for a living, shit ain't normal on my end neither. Yeah, it seems a little unusual. I don't know what to make of it personally. If, I'm open to ideas at this point. Fuck.
Kind of Jerome Powell is doing with ramping up the interest rate, but not to the same degree. Knock on wood, he doesn't do it because that's going to be shit.
That didn't even need the biased media to fucking bury their legacy. They did that all on their own. That's amazing.
Yeah, like, now I actually used to do presidential birthday toasts to each president, and President Ford was, let's call him the placeholder president, because like what was funny is if you would have asked him, if you would have told him 18 months before he was sworn in, you're going to be the president of the United States, he would have looked at you like you're a crazy person. Like, what? Richard Nixon just won one of the most sweeping re-elections in U.S. history. You think I'm going to be president in 18 months? You're out of your fucking mind. And he just kind of
shorts out with bleach after he was sworn in. No.
You're probably right there, because he had like three martini lunches that Jimmy Carter would always talk about. Like, maybe we shouldn't be having somebody in the White House that has himself 3 martini lunches. Like, and I do got to say, like, as a farmer, I do understand how Jimmy Carter won the presidency. It was really easy. I'm just a simple peanut farmer from Georgia, and I'm going to go to DC and clean up that dirty town. And since then, you'll notice we've never elected a farmer to the executive ever again.
He had to sell his farm too. Imagine if Trump had to sell anything that he owned to become president because of the conflict of interest. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, he sold something. He sold himself. One Night of Passion to Stormy Daniels.
He sold his
$300,000.
Yeah, he made 300 on that. But.
Yeah,
the money that I paid her was for missing out on one of the greatest sexual awakenings of her lifetime. I never touched her, unless she says I'm a wildcat in bed, in which case it's all true.
That was a good Trump impression. I give you that.
Thank you. Like, here's the problem: if he runs in 2024, like, Ron DeSantis, I'm sorry, my opponent's gay. I walked in the door, I saw him, I said, wow, he's gay, and that's going to be it. It's like Ron DeSantis, like, damn it, how did he get me? And so, yeah, Trump, he's like, it's
I think I think Trump is toast.
We'll get into that in a bit, but sorry, I just love that impression. Chris Rowley, some are speculating it could have been caused by an electric vehicle delivery, EV delivery vehicle batteries. Okay. So they've got a plausible reason. Huck Finn, Russian army intentionally burning Ukrainian Ukrainian wheat fields, bringing the world famine. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, no. That's the thing is we're coming up on a supply crunch here, like a significant one. Like even Tiberius is predicting a world famine, and I was saying like, guys, we're heading for recession, and now we're in a recession, and this famine could now I know this is going to sound kind of counterintuitive with all the inflation that we're seeing, but we are actually a lot closer to the cusp of a deflationary depression than anybody really wants to admit. So, I mean, it's unfortunately because inflation is a chosen government policy. It's not like some storm or it's not some natural force. It's a chosen directed government policy. So there's a reason that you do it though. And so I'm not agreeing with the reason. That's why I was saying like, yeah, when you have a gold standard, you don't have to fucking do any of this bullshit. But modern economic theory folks are not going to hear that. Yes, you're here in a safe place, all of you. Big hug. Okay. Hal Jordan. Huck, thank God other American food processing plants have. Yeah, that's happened in a few places, and that's unusual. I got nothing here, but I cut him off mid sentence. I'll let him continue.
No, I'm not on the right, but I don't think he recovers from this entirely.
Well, let's entertain that. I tried to tease Phil with this in our private chat.
Yeah.
Out of all the Republicans that could run, and DeSantis being the most likely alternative, Trump. We know Trump can lose to Biden. For a fact, he can, and likely would again if it was another matchup.
Please nominate Trump again. For the love of God, I want to see it.
Well,
remember when John Oliver said that though? Be careful what you wish for.
No. This is not the same kind of thing because we've had fucking 2 years of slow trickle releases of every batshit insane thing he tried to do.
It's not even that. Most of the Trump base doesn't give a shit about that.
I know.
Most politically like
the January 6th hearing just kind of looks like a public therapy session to the right, to be honest.
But I'm not worried about the right. The right wing is going to vote for whoever the fuck you guys nominate anyway, so I don't give a shit. Okay,
and it might be Trump, and he got 77 million votes. You might want to be worried.
It's the middle of the road suburban mom coming out of like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. They're going to determine an election when it's Trump versus
and Roe might have just pissed her off.
And Roe just pissed them off. And Trump is more things are coming out that Trump like did some fucked up shit. And they're going to be like, I don't know, guys. I don't think we should do this. Meanwhile, Daddy DeSantis is what you guys should be calling him, has came out and said, we're going to protect your right to educate the kids like you want. We're going to go on Fox News and tell everybody how to do this. We're going to do all this stuff. So they're going to be like, and you don't have that issue with Trump. You don't have that issue with Trump. Plus, not gay or anything, but DeSantis isn't bad to look at, and that's important for everybody.
Are you telling me that he's a more attractive-looking man than Donald Trump? Come on,
he must be a more natural,
sexier than Donald Trump. I don't know if I believe
it.
We'll get back to that in just a second. We got some more comments here. Huck Finn, Rep. Mary Miller, the global elites are targeting Dutch farmers as a test case to see if they can destroy independent family farms around the world. If they control your food, they control your life. Yes, truer words have hardly been spoken, Huck Finn. Yes. Support your local farmer. Jesus. Or just, in any way you can. Banned at 848. But with deflation, your money is worth more. There's a bigger nightmare attached to that. There is that. Yes. But unfortunately, the 1920s or the one at the end of the 1920s crash was actually a deflationary depression. So that one is yeah, just something to keep in mind. Chris Rowley seems more like a depression. We're getting there. I mean, fuck, money don't fucking take you nearly as far as it used to. Like it just don't. Wherever you go, your money goes a lot less far. Bandit, he thinks they're going left after the past election 2021. Yeah, I don't know about that. Huck Finn, the World Economic Forum basically told farmers that 30% of their livestock needed to be slaughtered due to quote climate, plus 30% the next year. Yeah. Especially like when you tell a farmer, yeah, you just can't farm the way you farm anymore, and we need to just shut you down. Like, fuck you. This has been in family for generations. This is like there's blood, sweat, and tears of your forefathers, especially in Europe. It probably goes back considerably farther than just a couple, 4 or 5 generations. Like I one time excuse me. One time, I actually got the pleasure of meeting a trucker. He was here on a work visa, and he's a farmer in England. And his town is literally 15 minutes from Nottingham, which is where Robin Hood went down. So, and we talked for a while. And his barn, like that, he called it like a farmhouse, or he had some other name for it, but it was basically the barn. The main barn was 500 fucking years old. I'm like, what? Like, fuck, really? And so, yeah, that kind of shit, like, I can only imagine what it's like being told that for a European farmer. Hang on one second. I think I might have heard somebody coming. I'll be right back.
And one other thing, though. One other thing. Unlike Trump, DeSantis is not a fucking coward, and he actually went and served his country as a naval officer. So there you go.
My bone spurs served our country well. I don't know what you're talking about, Cypher.
I can just imagine him trying to barter a bargain. Like, look, I've got my, like, I'll trade you this for your grenade. It's only got 3 rounds left, but I think you're getting a really good deal. That's out of the deal. Come on. I wouldn't wanted him on the front fucking lines.
Nobody would have. But the point is that
he to get home. Yeah.
I don't think anything at this point is going to fucking hurt him any more than anything that's been said about him over the last 6 years. At this point, it would take an act of God or himself coming out and saying, look, everything they've said about me, it's 100% true. I've been lying through my teeth. And even fucking then, the most devout red hat wearing MAGA
that's a Trump clone. That's not real. Q told me.
So, like, here's the thing. Like, DeSantis is just getting started having the smear campaign. Like, it's been teased. They have not drug him through the mud and drowned him multiple times over. Trump's been impeached twice, for Christ's sake. This guy's bulletproof at this point.
It was my dog.
Let's make it 3, America. Come on, let's make it 3. Let me be the impeachment champion. 3rd time impeachment. But no, like something.
That's brilliant. And I'll get back to that here in a moment. Let's see. All right. Hal Jordan says there was a quote, a recession is where your neighbor loses his job. A depression is when you lose yours. Yes. Huck Finn. So in late spring of 1933, the federal government carried out, quote, emergency livestock reduction. In Nebraska, the government bought about 470,000 cattle and 438,000 pigs. Lord. Yeah, the government always comes and kind of fucks around with farmers in a lot of weird ways. Huck Finn says nationwide, 6 million hogs were purchased from desperate farmers. In the South, 1 million farmers were paid to plow under 10.4 million acres of cotton. And what's fascinating is people think that's actually still how the farm subsidy system is. It actually changed radically in the 70s. But that's a different discussion for a different day. Hal Jordan. We could kill all the livestock on the planet and we still wouldn't make up for the damage India, China, Russia are doing to the planet. They are ready to stop growth in all the Western world. Yeah, that's the problem. Is it will have a severe economic impact because you need
meat, you need to feed people, and you also need to feed the people that make your energy. So it's a tough game you're getting into. Huck Finn, between 1929 and 1932, worldwide gross domestic product, GDP, fell by an estimated 15%. God, that's generations of family wealth just wiped out in just a few short years. And I want to hear what my next brilliant point here is. And folks, in case you're wondering, if you're looking at my bar that I've got there, I've got a bottle of Trump sparkling wine, a bottle of Beefeater, and a bottle of Elmer T. Lee. And what's in front of that is a trophy that says K.O.E. Nation that my daughter made for me for Father's Day. So yeah, that was happening. So yeah, that's probably going to be a mainstay there from now on.
To keep in mind, and like kind of touching on what Cypher was saying, Ron DeSantis, in his like mailers that he sends out, it should just be him in that white Navy uniform. That's it. Just a picture of him in that white Navy uniform. It's perfect. Now, Tony said something earlier today, which has kind of been sticking with me, which is interesting to like, because if it boils down to Biden versus Ron DeSantis, you've got Joe Biden, who, whether you love him or hate him, he's going to be viewed as fucking everything up come election day. And then you've got Ron DeSantis, young, handsome, vibrant, good-looking man who's seen as unambiguously leading his state well through the COVID pandemic. That would remind me basically a layup.
But, that would remind me like JFK going up against Nixon if Nixon were another 40 years older when he went against JFK.
There's that, but what I'm getting at here is that is great. Like Tony said, Trump can win. He can very easily win, but he also is the only Republican major candidate that can lose.
Mm-hmm.
For DeSantis, it's almost a layup, which is why I'm a little skeptical at this point. Like, Ron DeSantis is starting to look too perfect. What's going to come along in the next 18 months is just going to crash him, and we're never even going to talk about him ever again, because that's the way politics works. But
that's what I'm saying. At this point, Trump has already had all these things said about him. At this point, if they start opening the fucking closet on DeSantis, it's not the same. He doesn't have the cult following that Trump has. He's not as ingrained in
Cypher gets into something kind of interesting, and then we have a little bit of pushback, and I want to get into that in a second. But Bandit goes, "You will own nothing. Eat the bugs and like it. You will own nothing, and you will be happy." Oh yeah, that Klaus, whatever the hell his name is, this week. He's like, "No, my precious guide stones, no." Oh yeah. Huck Finn says, "For many years, ITR Economics has been forecasting that a second Great Depression will occur in the 2030s. Well, World War III breaking out in Ukraine might have accelerated that a touch. Sorry, nobody could have predicted World War III fucking breaking out. Even the people, like, I didn't think it was going to fucking break out. And I'm still predicting we're going to get Berlin Wall 2, Electric Boogaloo, and we're going to be dancing around that son of a bitch for the next fucking few years. And if that happens, if Russia builds a wall somewhere in Ukraine and says, fuck it, this is just the new borders now, fuck it. I may never predict anything ever again. Fuck it. I called that one to 100%. But the tale has yet to be told.
Mine.
He doesn't need it. Trump can be. All right, I'm not going to say that, so never mind.
Have people vote.
Oh, come on! You're amongst friends.
Nope.
It's just us.
It's crowdsourced politics. That's where you can find it.
Yep. Yeah. So, what was I going to say? Oh, I think Ron DeSantis has been planning to run for president his entire life. That guy's going to come out as a Boy Scout.
Oh yeah, like. That does remind me of, there was a politician here in Nebraska. Fuck it, I'm just going to say his name. His name was John Bruning, and he was the most transparently ambitious politician in Nebraska history. And I actually knew his aunt very well. Very nice lady. And she said he's wanted to be president since he was 6 years old. And so, yeah, when you're one of those types of folks, like, it's been in there. So you know what? You might be, because, yeah, John never touched a marijuana cigarette or was probably even in the same room as one. And that's how clean cut they were. And so I could see Ron being that level of clean cut, but nobody's got their shit really together. Wow,
Bobby, you're a big Biden bicycle fan, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was unfortunate. I didn't even give him too much shit on that one because I know I myself,
Yeah.
everybody gets their foot
Everybody
stuck
falls
on
on
that
it, yeah.
stupid fucking pedal clamp. Like
Yeah.
it's like the most important thing when you're actually seriously riding a bike, and it's
Yeah.
the most annoying fucking thing when you're trying to get off the damn thing. Like,
Look,
Yeah,
I don't think I don't know that he should have been on the bike doing press any type of public appearances or not, but Jesus Christ, that looks a hell of a lot more impressive than what Donald Trump telling us how many cheeseburgers he sucked down and how big a fan of the Big Mac he is.
Dad
Like,
kid.
come on.
Yes.
Like
I hate Biden, I
we
hate
make
that
jokes
too.
about him being a dementia patient, but at least the guy's out there being active. I mean, well,
You can
yeah,
tell.
sure.
Whoa.
he
Trump
saved his
golfed
money on
more
hot
than
dogs.
any other president. What are you talking about?
You could
Yeah.
And he
say
never walked any of the course.
Yeah, you could see though that Dr. Jill Biden.
I don't
is
want to wear
not
out these Donald Trump shoes.
Dr. Jill Biden's not an avid bike rider. If you watch that video and see where she veers off,
She damn near rams into him.
yeah, well, yeah, that too. But yeah, like, yeah, this isn't a normal activity for her. Yeah, like this is obviously
she's-
like an appearance.
Maybe
thing.
she's the sleeper agent. Maybe she was being awoken, trying to take him out.
You know, I think I'm just going to go ahead and say bold statement here. I don't really care if the president can throw a pitch at a baseball game. You know, I know hard. Like that's a.
All right.
Are you still mad about Bush?
He's done. I got rid of him. He's done. That was the most controversial thing he's ever said on this show.
Tony couldn't handle
I'm
that.
still
That
trying
was-
to get over when Bush.
That was more than he could fucking handle. He's like, what? Yeah. All right. India, 2 hours late. Quick top 5 of the iPhone situation. Holy shit, that's fucked up. Goddamn motherfuck. That's turns out Hunter refers to his mother-in-law as entitled cunt. Exact words. I usually don't like using that language, but you know, it is what it is. There's somebody, either his father or his niece, that he refers to as Pedo Peter on his phone. And we're also finding out that he also had a lot of Google executives and a lot of Chinese people that were heads of the US-China relations in his phone as well. So we're finding out some interesting stuff there. Okay. Hal Jordan, I think World War III will start when China invades Taiwan. Ukraine was meant waste Western resources and money. Russia isn't even trying. Interesting take there. But yeah, I'm waiting for there to be a 2-front war again. We're like, oh fuck. Here it goes. Bandit. Pedal clamp. I had 2 toes on a luck nut. Nice. Huck Finn, Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte says, quote, it is much easier to clean some farmland and build houses than in the city. So that's it. Europe is getting a lot more urban and they don't have room for the old, because, you know, the thing is, like, I've had some family that have gone to Europe and they tell me, it's like, yeah, everything's like a fucking 2-hour drive. Like, you can go from Germany to Italy inside of 2 hours. You can go from fucking Germany to fucking Spain, and you're just there. And so there probably ain't a whole lot of room for farmers. But guess what, Europe? Then you're at the mercy of Russia, the United States, and Brazil. You're just at their mercy. I don't know if that's something you really want. Chris Rowley, read the line, end of quote, Biden's greatest hits. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was, and read the line again. Like, repeat the line. Like, yeah, that guy's not doing
Bush,
well.
Junior tried it. Like,
Oh
It
no,
was
I
a
don't even.
sad state of a pitch.
that
Like,
was
God.
awful.
Well, I remember every president's had a really shit pitch, other than like 3 of them, because they're not athletes; they're politicians, for fuck's sake. So, like, it's
He
always
sure
been-
as hell was not an athlete.
like,
Well, did
you remember the video of Obama working out and shit like that? These are not athletes, okay? Like,
Yeah.
it's,
That's not okay.
Hold
but
on.
it's
Did
a
you guys
weird
watch?
standard to
push
hold
to
people to.
Obama.
Did you guys watch Kamala sink the basket after 6 tries or something? You didn't see that? Everybody was making fun of that one too. It was awful.
No,
it's not worth watching. I wouldn't even make fun of her
If
for
she
it.
could
but
just sync
it
a
was just-
speech without sounding like an AI,
Ugh,
it's like
yeah.
Roe v. Wade is a decision from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is a court that has justices on them. It's like, Jesus Christ. Like are you trying to do this for like the local civics class or something? Like I
She's
don't
such
get
an
like
awful. Anyway, we started with AOC. It's been almost 40 minutes. We haven't even really.
Yeah, did you
talked
want to
about
finish
her.
up AOC?
Yeah, let's. Here's the part I wanted to bring up with AOC. So this is one. This is a conversation with her and Colbert. So here's what she says. She says, "Well, I think one of the things that we are seing here is the Supreme Court is actively delegitimizing itself. The Supreme Court has the power. Its power is in whether its rulings
this, we
are
get into the real meat
heeded
of the
and
matter.
respected, and if so,
But
how much and what to what extent."
Hal Jordan says, what I don't get is if the United, I'm guessing states, want to go green, we need to start building more nuclear power plants. We are never going to have enough wind or solar to power 200 million EVs and everything. Well, that's the problem with electric power is sometimes the sun does not, or electric power. That's the problem with some of this green energy. Sometimes the wind does not blow and the sun does not shine, but our need for energy remains constant. And if we just switch overnight, then millions of people at the bottom of the worldwide economic ladder will die. So we need to be able to we do need better energy. But to me, I think we're looking in the wrong direction. I've been listening to some folks who are some pretty smart folks who I trust that they know what they're talking about in this area. In regards to fusion energy, we are beyond the science problem. We've figured out the science problems, and now it's really just down to engineering problems. And that's when things usually get solved pretty quick. So I think within 15 years, we're actually going to have fusion power available to us. And then at that point, green energy is a nice to have, not a need to have. And at that point, even chemical fuel is a nice to have, not a need to have. So we're very close, folks. We're fucking closer than we think, but we just need to put the right investments at the right parts. So I see green energy is nice, but it's not a need to have as far as I'm concerned. And yes, you're right. In the meantime, we need more nuclear power plants. It's kind of like a meme that somebody sent. It's like a genie's like, I will grant you one wish. And the person says, I wish that the new generation nuclear power plants were safe. And the genie goes, snaps his fingers, your wish is granted. And the guy goes, but nothing changed. And the genie goes, correct. So, yeah, I think you are correct. In the meantime, we do need nuclear power plants that are, the safe generations. I think it's the first generations, the ones that we've had problems. The second generations, we haven't had any. And the third generations are have over redundancies. So that's, I think that's something to keep in mind. Like, hell, in Nebraska, we even had a flood overtake a nuclear power plant, and really ostensibly nothing happened. It didn't go blow up. Nothing bad happened. Nuclear rods were even damn near ready to get flooded, but we held on. Everything was fine. And yeah, so the newer power plants are fine. Huck Finn, Brazil at risk of unrest more severe than January 6th U.S. riot or an election chief of Brazil. Oh boy. Because the thing is, Brazil used to have a roads problem, but that's starting to get solved because they had a great harvest. I think it was about 5-6 years ago, and they couldn't get it to fucking port. So it fucking rotted out in the middle of nowhere. And after that, they committed to getting roads. Hal Jordan, fusion is amazing, but when? That's always the question. EVs won't solve long-term cause the battery making issues. We need more materials that we could mine. Well, gosh. That suddenly makes mining the asteroid belts very profitable. Because I keep looking out. I keep looking up and out. You could almost call me like an amateur futurist, if you will. Because to me, I think it's what we have to do. And can you imagine when we're starting to mine the asteroid belts and bringing all those resources back here? Oh, those will be good days. Good days. And that's kind of and that eventually will colonize Mars and such, but that's where the money is, mining the asteroid belts. But yes, fusion power, that's what we're going to need to basically go beyond our solar system. we'd have to get there. And I was actually talking with my daughter about this, and it's like, all right, we got about 1 billion years for our species to get out of the solar system before our sun starts getting too big and it's a problem. So we got 1 billion years to figure out getting out of this solar system. Then we've got, after that, another 3 billion years to figure out how to get out of the galaxy, because we're going to collide with the Andromeda galaxy in about 3 billion years. So yeah, that's what we got ahead of us, kiddo. But yeah, I know that's looking a little farther ahead. But yeah, to me, I think once we pass the science problem, I think we're literally within 15 years. Like of today, we're within 15 years of having an available fusion in power, or at least like some major breakthrough that you're gonna be like, oh fuck yeah, we're there. Now we will see in the future. We will see. But like this is just, I'm basing it on some very smart people telling me that the science problem has kind of been solved. Now it's just down to engineering. Huck Vin says Venezuela, under the leadership of anti-U.S. socialist President Nicolas Maduro, is scheduled to host the War Games in mid-August with 10 other nations. Russia, China, and Iran will be present. Huck Finn. Huck Finn says in early June, a Venezuela cargo plane flying in the region, quote, was discovered to have members of Quds Force, the elite unit of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, on board. Oh, God, this is like a retread of the 1980s all over again. Fuck, really? And I'm just like, here goes. But yes, folks, that's what a weird, wild, wacky world we live in. Like, we're going to be exploring the solar system at the same time that we still have cartels. Like, and there's going to be people. Oh man, it just occurred to me. There's going to be people trying to smuggle cocaine to these places. Oh man, humanity, we're a fun creature.
Extent.
But yes, we're about to get into some shit here, folks. We get into the Supreme Court hard.
And the Supreme Court are supposed to be 3 co-equal branches. Co-equal, none with supremacy over the other. Then she goes on, and when any one of those branches overreaches its authority, it is the responsibility of the other 2 to check the overreach of that authority. The Supreme Court has engaged in overreaching of its authority, and that's when she called for, that's the end of it. Yep, that's what. That's when she goes into kind of her hyperbole there. The denying human rights, overreach. Anyway, that was
the most basic thing possible.
Well, at this point, she understands to keep her messages very vague, so it appeals to the most people.
Would be good.
To me, AOC, she understands crowd psychology very well, a lot better than she ever lets on, and she understands her movement a lot better than a lot of politicians in our modern day. So when she uses this kind of language,
still a bartender working for tips.
No, she's going to be one of the most powerful people in the world. Oh my!
No, that's exactly what it is. She is making herself. She is making herself look as appeasable as possible to everybody that's on the other side of the counter of her to get as many tips as possible. It's the same.
Oh, Tony's going full on. God love him. Bandit, support KOE Nation on Twitch and YouTube. Yes, Bandit, you are absolutely correct. I mean, folks, if you're out there within the sound of my voice, you need to follow me on Twitch. You need to head on over to YouTube. Give me subscribe, KOE Nation on YouTube. You know it's the right thing to do. You know it's the right place to be. You know it is the place for you and for me. So, folks, yes. But what we're playing here is content from Big Buck and Empire on YouTube, and you need to check them out.
That's what she's
definitely,
doing. That's
folks. God bless you, Bandit.
So kind of like what Trump does.
Yeah, kind of.
Absolutely.
It's been a while since Tim Pool said anything that I thought was worth re-mentioning on the show, but last night they were talking. I know.
Tim Pool, the liberal.
I'm liberal, guys. Trust me. I'm
so liberal. Fuck Trump.
Yeah,
fuck
right.
Biden,
Yeah. So he made the comparison with AOC and the what was it? The Nigerian prince scammers. And when they send you that email, like they're in broken English and things are spelled wrong, and that's
In
on
fact,
purpose.
I need to take just one moment here, Bandit, for that amazing call out. I am knighting you a full honorary Thane as well for the entire week. Now Huck, he took the convertible, but here's the sports car. Bring it back with a full tank of gas. Thank you. You beautiful, beautiful, fucking amazing extremeness, you. Huck Finn goes. Over the last few years, China's presence in Mexico has expanded in both legal and illegal activities. A new record: imports from China account for over 90% of total trade between China and Mexico. Interesting, according to Huck Finn. God bless.
People are going to look at that.
The KOE Nation is the coolest fucking audience in the world.
But then they know the people that will actually reply, call, or interact with them after that are going to be not so smart people, and it'll be a lot easier to scam them. So they're weeding out the crowd, if you will, and focusing on a certain type of people that they really want to talk to. And then when AOC comes out and does some of her later in this, I don't have the text pulled up, but she had also said something on this show about how Dred Scott was a direct defiance because the Supreme Court was filled with Confederates, and those Confederates held up Dred Scott or some shit like that to slow down Abraham Lincoln. And I'm like, that timeline doesn't work. First off, like none of that happened. It didn't work in that order, and obviously there might have been Southern maybe sympathizers on the court, but they didn't own the fucking court. So it was just really interesting how she just like jumbles a bunch of 1860s words together and tries to make up a story and feed the American people. But most people aren't going to go look it up or even care. They're just going to hear it and be like, wow, yeah, it sounds like she knows what she's fucking talking about. Maybe she's right. We're seeing 1860s all over again. Oh no, Civil War bad. And she's like Phil said, she's using the right type of language to just skim through and persuade enough people into, well, shit, maybe. So anyway, the comparison is she's obviously not going to say too much to get to the smart people, and not saying she's focused on dumb people, but she kind of is. So I can't view her as anything other than like a Nigerian prince scammer now.
I think Tony G said it best when he said she's still a bartender working for tips.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty close.
Goodness gracious. I don't agree with that analysis. Again, I don't think even she's quite aware of the power that she holds. So that's going to be.
Neither are most bartenders.
Oh Jesus. I got to push back on that a little bit, but I do want to also highlight a comment here about Bobby Shane. It's funny. It's just funny how the lefties are running out of excuses for Joe Biden's failures that they've even begun to question if he should run for president in 2024, which is kind of calling back to our earlier conversation.
Now, while I'm calling back to a comment, I'm also going to call back to a comment here. Huck Finn, Chinese groups are also becoming more involved in drug trafficking and money laundering in Mexico. In 2007, police in Mexico City seized $205 million in cash from a home owned by a Chinese businessman. Huck Finn says Chinese brokers are the dominant supplier of scheduled and non-scheduled unregulated precursor chemicals for the production of methamphetamine, fentanyl, and other synthetic opioids. Huck Finn says Chinese actors also launder money for Mexican drug trafficking cartels. Well, folks, I mean, Huck Finn, our cup just runneth over. So, folks, that he's dropping some shit. You got to look it up for yourself. But hey, here at the KOE Nation, welcome to it. And we'll fucking you got something to say, we'll fucking let you say it, so long as it's you're awesome and cool and chill about shit. That's always been the rules and the regulations of the KOE Nation.
About is Biden going to get a primary challenger, and it's really sad that that's even in the discussion. But to be frank,
he kind of said from the get-go he was only going to be a one-term guy when he was
that was just to get people on his side, though.
Yeah,
that wasn't a serious thing.
I agree.
So are you saying he just kind of lied about that to get power?
Everybody lies. We're all talking about politics. It's all a game of thing. No one cares about.
He was under oath at the time, and we all know that if you're under oath,
no one
can't
cares.
lie.
And I don't want to hear any shit about Trump lied about this or that. Like, that.
It's anytime anybody ever mentions a thing about lying when it comes to a politician, it just means it's a lie that you didn't agree with. Okay. That's really what it is. No one actually gives a shit. It's like hypocrisy. No one actually gives a fuck about hypocrisy except some weird fucking libertarians. Okay. Like, no one gives a shit. Stop bringing it up.
Hey, watch your fucking mouth now. Just kidding.
No one gives a shit. Stop bringing it up because it's not going to convince anybody for anything. What matters is like where people are going.
Try that with your significant others. Hypocrisy doesn't even matter. Get back to us and let us know how it works out for you.
Well, it's gonna matter to them.
Well, yeah, exactly. It matters to the other side, which is why we keep having what I call stacking.
No, did we lose him?
He froze.
Stacking resentments.
Probably get back on Netflix.
He froze under the weight of his own genius.
That's very true. That's true. But stacking resentments is a real thing where interpersonal relationships can't really survive that. And then I think even like national relationships, group relationships, collective relationships really can't survive when you start to get these stacking resentments, which is what these small hypocrisies always seem to be. It's the death by 1,000 cuts. And it's to the point where, Cypher, you've seen so many supposed hypocrisies in the Republicans that you could never dream in 1,000 years of casting a ballot for a Republican. And
it's not because of the hypocrisy.
We could make the argument as to the reasons
at all if it was.
But it's definitely one of the 1,000 cuts. And for me, it's much in the same way. It's like I couldn't dream in 1,000 years of voting for a Democrat. That'd be like voting for the enemy. And like you're just giving like all the wrong people all the right power. And so we're now in this very weird spot where we've got so many stacking resentments. Nobody wants to compromise. Nobody wants to actually try to work together, which is what I always think it's funny that like people in America, they just love hearing like, we're going to reach across the aisle and work with the other side. I don't know why. Nobody actually believes it. Nobody actually wants it. Like it's.
Phil, my nipples get hard every time you say it. Say it
you
again.
Moderate normie, I know that. Like
say it again, Phil. Say it.
Tony's let's reach across the aisle. Let's bipartisanship.
We can. Let's get a different voting system. Then it's necessary.
Oh boy! Now
we
we're
did
really
last election. It went really super well.
That's not the voting system. We still had first past the post voting. We still had a single district member first past the post. That there's no reason to compromise when you have gerrymandering. Like fuck it. Like we need a whole overhaul.
Oh,
now you're making Phil hard.
I was like, wait, what? No, our system is perfect and blessed by God and must never be altered in any way. No. It's basically the divine right of electoral colleges.
Cypher, if you say the electoral college is the greatest thing ever, Phil will actually orgasm on camera.
I believe it. It's also wrong.
Well, it's also
not the greatest.
It doesn't do what anybody says it does.
Well, if I've often said if people wanted to actually quote fix it in a way that you could do it without throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you just do what Nebraska does and you award each electoral vote by district, and then you really do arrive.
District has gerrymandering problems.
You do arrive at one person, one vote, because each district is decided by population, and so you do actually get more equity there. So to me, I think if you think that's the problem, then we need to allow each district to award their own electoral college vote like we do here in Nebraska. And you're going to really eliminate a lot. Now, it's going to completely change the landscape of our election.
It'll change the whole map.
Okay, suddenly Republicans want to like campaign in Northern California, and suddenly Democrats want to actually campaign in like Kansas City. And so it would actually completely change the way that our elections are run entirely, but it would also
I think it's the closest thing to a meeting in the middle compromise is you're going to get to having the popular vote versus the electoral college be the deciding factor on who becomes the sitting president. I think that's the closest thing we can get to a compromise right now. And what is it, Nebraska and what, Maine?
Now you need
I think
yes, you're right about what that is, but that's not the closest we can get. The closest we can get is by a rep.
We'll get back to that here in a second. But I always love folks like this. It's like, and I'm actually worldwide. And if you don't know, a single view is actually a watch party of thousands of people, because my viewers are some of the most technologically savvy, but also isn't it so ironic that, the whole of your effort just brings you to troll and try to bring down other shows? You're not even out doing your own thing. I actually feel bad for you. But welcome to the K.O.E Nation anyways. We love you. Don't worry. You can reform and we will love you all. Chris Rowley, nothing will change until we get more term limits. I remember I even said this in college. Like, could we even make it just like six term limits in the Senate? So you can only serve for 40 some odd years. That's still kind of funny to me. But Huck Finn, China signals it's back to business as usual with Taliban government. Yeah, we spent 20 years, trillions of dollars to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. Yeah. And people wonder why I'm anti-war. Jesus. God almighty. But yeah, we will continue because we're getting into some of the meat of the matter here.
By proportional voting. Because
but then we
you're basically
saying the United States of New York and California.
No,
yeah, which fuck that,
no, that's not what you're letting me say.
They've got the biggest population.
No, please let me finish. So what you're wanting is it. I gotcha. I mean that's a problem between you and your wife. So
not anymore.
Joke's on you. He's divorced.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yep, waka. Forgot about that one. But yeah, that was one of those. He was like, "Please let me finish." I was like, "Okay, don't do the second grade elementary teacher thing." But no. To Cypher's credit, he fucking just zing back and forth. We had a really good time with it. So Cypher's actually pretty good shit. Actually, he's. Just interesting fella.
What I meant,
we don't agree on politics.
But what I meant by that was, if say, okay, New York, for instance, right? Roughly 40% of people vote Republican, roughly, just give or take.
Let's see. More than 23 million people, according to Huck Finn, more than 23 million people are experiencing extreme hunger in Ethiopia, Somalia, and Kenya, according to a new report by Oxfam and Save the Children. Oxfam and Save the Children. That's up from over 10 million last year. Oh God. Yeah, even Tiberius is saying we're going to be having a global famine that's going to be hitting 500 million people potentially, which is just devastating.
Does that sound about right?
Is it that high?
Maybe a little less.
I'd say it's probably closer to
either way.
70,
every single either way,
Democrats.
those 30% of Republicans that vote, their vote doesn't mean shit. If you rewarded it based on proportion, then you would get 30% going to. See, I'm gonna have to get some water in a second. But then you have 30% going to the Republican candidate, and then 70% going to the Democratic candidate. If you do that across all states, you don't have gerrymandering issues that you're bringing up with the districts, and then you get to a more proportional representation system.
What do you think about this one, Cypher? Mother Loving News says, I'll give you proportional voting if you'll give me 1 day for voting and ID requirements.
Not 1 day for voting. I won't do that one. But the ID requirements I don't have a problem with. As long as they are free.
That's a little odd to me.
The voting one, the ID one.
Yeah, they are. And now, don't worry, Cypher. I'm about to rant here for about 45 seconds to a minute. So go get your water, sir.
But I'll be back.
Well, I remember the last time Brendan was on here. It's like, I have to pee, and I feel so bad that I never gave a chance to go take a piss. It's like,
well, nobody told me he had to pee.
To ruin it.
Well, yeah, he did it in the back comments there. But no, I understand what he's saying with gerrymandering, but this is how we actually get districts and congressional voting districts, because without these districts, we don't have Congress either. Because Congress represents these districts. And so the idea that, well, it's gerrymandered and therefore bad, unfortunately, the reason that we go with the party in power after election X is the one that draws the lines is because there is a worse alternative. And the alternative is some amorphous board that just kind of decides. Now their personal biases are what decides the entire country. Now you're saying, well, how is that different from allowing the people who won the election to decide? They won an election. So in a way, democracy is what's deciding what the actual districts look like. So is it perfect? No. is it kind of like Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst system in all the world, except all the other ones. And that's kind of where our system is at right now. So to me, I think also, to be frank, to be perfectly square with you, all of this, we need to reform the electoral college and we need to reform national elections. It really just kind of sounds like, is there a way that we can prevent Republicans from taking power? It just kind of sounds like, am I off on that, gentlemen?
No, that is what most of it is. But when you I don't know, all the comparisons with talk of what democracy is or what it's better than or not as good as. I just more and more I keep thinking of democracy, just especially direct democracy, is just tyranny of the majority. That's really all it is. So
I just had to write something down as a note. I remembered an argument that I forgot earlier, but I'll get to that when we get back to our row thing. But so, Cypher, I don't know if you heard it, but like, to be honest with you, I'm just gonna be perfectly square with you here. From one righty to a lefty. Whenever us Republicans here, we need to reform the electoral college, we need to reform this election, we need to reform the filibuster, we need to reform the Supreme Court. You know, all we're really hearing, how is there a way that we can wrestle a little bit more power from Republicans, even if they want it fair and square?
Well, maybe you should stop.
We hear it.
Maybe you should stop projecting and actually listen to what people are saying.
Well, they say we want to reform this.
That's not going to happen.
He just refused.
Why do you want to reform it? There was no speech.
Like, now that was the thing. I was trying to show him perspective, but he wouldn't hear it. That was one moment that was a touch frustrating, but I just wanted to point that out nonetheless. Hal Jordan, China is building 2 large ports in South America, one in Peru and one in eastern Mexico. Will China invade from Mexico or Canada or both? Hal Jordan, I don't know. Hopefully your Green Lantern ring can stop such things, but we will see. RCC, Soy Jack Cucklord. I don't know who that is.
Speak of reforming the Supreme Court when it was a liberal court for decades on end. But now suddenly we've got a conservative bend. We've got to reform.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you see, that is because you are looking at the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate, the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, Phil K.O.E. in Castle K.O.E. So, yes, this, what you are viewing, what you are witnessing is truly beauty incarnate and an awakening. And to me, it's just like, now tonight I'm having a casual evening, but I always kind of think, maybe just like dress like someone somewhere at some point in your life has cared about something that you've had to say. Now this evening is my first casual night in literally 10 nights, because I've been it's been summer, I've been very busy, and I've had other obligations. But yes, I always think it's always kind of silly that you go on these Twitch panels and people are just like not very well presenting. Like, I at least try to, when I'm here at my mill, I still rep Nebraska because, fucking ain't right. Huck Finn, Russian billboards in Siberia are saying, take back Alaska. Wasn't that the plot of Fallout 4? Shit. Okay. Uh-oh. This is a problem.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know why? Because people like me are finally old enough to actually speak.
Yes, and if you don't like it, you should vote.
I vote.
Then
I'm also not that much younger than you are.
On Ketanji Brown
or actually,
Jackson.
I might be older. Might be older. No, so
I'm 36. No, I'm Gandalf
we're the same
fucking
age.
Gray of Twitch. Oh, okay.
We're
Isn't that
age.
always fun? It's like when you go into a Twitch panel, it's like we're Gandalf the Gray. Yes, young children, I will show you the way.
I mean, you actually get invited on the Twitch panels. I'm not active enough for that to happen, and I've turned too many of them down due to people like last minute saying, "Hey, can you come?" I'm like, "No, dude, I have a life." Not anything against these people, but I need more than
you can't be an online presence if you have a life. That's just
Here, I'll say it for Cypher, because I kind of despise Twitch. So
that's true,
like,
you do.
People have lives. No, I totally feel you. They're like, oh yeah, jump on this panel and sit and listen to a whole bunch of people screaming at each other for 4 hours, and you get in for like 10 seconds at a time. I'm like, this sounds terrible. There's nothing.
Oh my.
What the hell is this?
No, we went dark. All right, cool. Dark.
All right, that happened. But well, that's the thing though. Is
I just read that?
Wow.
What the fuck?
Is that going to get me banned from Twitch?
No.
God, I hope not.
No, it'll be something.
We're
I
running
say
on
that
our
does.
Twitch too. Trust me, we'll know way
Yeah.
before you do. Trust me. But no, it's.
Oh
it'll be
yeah.
fine. But like that's the one thing that I've noticed though is like I was on an abortion panel about 6 months ago, and I was on with like Maddie Cakes and like Rob Noir, CTV, and like I was trying to split the field a little bit, whereas like the folks on the right, they think they're protecting babies. That's something that's noble, and that you should think that is actually that's good that they have that kind of empathy in them. And folks on the right, you need to understand that women are also trying to, and folks on the left are trying to protect something very precious and something very, very easily lost on the other side as well. Because the best way to predict decrease in poverty is, if I'm going to steel man the pro-choice position here for a second, the best way to decrease poverty is to give women absolute and complete control of their reproductive health.
So are we just jumping right into Roe?
I mean, we may as well.
Let's be frank though, it's all tied together. All of it. Like Cypher said,
I'm
this
just
isn't
on
in a
the Phil
vacuum.
roller coaster. You just tell me when we're going upside down or loop and loop. I don't have any say. I can't get off the ride until
this is like I'm leading you into battle. You're not all going to be here when it's said and done.
It's not battle. No.
There is one thing. I wanted to.
This is Trump at a McDonald's kiosk.
Oh shit. I
did
want to congratulate Ketanji Brown. She did officially get sworn in to the Supreme Court justice as a Supreme Court justice today. So cheers to her. And way to go on making Matt Walsh one of the richest right wingers of 2022 and helping Daily Wire make a lot of money. But yeah,
funny. I was talking to my daughter about Matt Walsh because she had seen a clip of him and what is a woman? Well, now come on, what is a woman? No, I need to know what is a woman? What is a woman? And so we were actually talking about this literally like an hour before we go on the show tonight. And so it's funny, like that motherfucker's gotten around. Like I got to give him credit. Apparently, I need to start pissing some people off. I as shit. Like that guy knows how to fucking
start.
Well, Phil. Here's how you do that. Okay. You go suck Charles Koch's dick, all right, and then let him splooge in your face.
Hang on, let me get a pen.
I was about to say, let me write this down. Okay.
And then you too can be a right-wing grifter, paid for by the police.
You don't happen to have Charles Koch's number, do you?
Nah, you probably look it
that dick right now.
Hang on. Yeah, let me just make a quick call to right-wing headquarters. I'll probably.
Let's see. Huck Finn says U.S. recruitment into the armed forces are at an all-time low. Recruiters even calling medical discharge veterans on med waivers. Oh God, yeah, that's kind of what happens when shit starts getting bad everywhere at the same time.
You're proud to see first Black Supreme Court justice or spurt justice.
No, mother loving news. No, actually, that's not. No. There's a guy called Clarence Thomas.
Proud?
Maybe you've heard of him. He's been a little influential this year.
Yeah, I know the joke he's making. But
yeah,
there's
that's a.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did the lefty have to point out the joke?
Yeah.
Do I know you people better than you people know you people?
Well, maybe.
What do you mean,
you
people?
Maybe it's because we don't hear all these racist dog whistles that people think we do. It's like it's one of those things. Like maybe we're all just folks here and people, and we can all get together. And maybe
we're all just simple
get
farmers
along.
here in the Midwest.
But like that was the one thing. Like I didn't even get the joke at first. Like because there's been two before Ketanji Brown. And like I was just like, no, that's not true. And I was like, yeah, you actually saw in real time it taking a while for me to get that joke. Like it was actually kind of weird. Like, that's distasteful. But yeah, that was fuck. I really don't like that. But humanity. Huck Finn, possible conflicts of interest and backroom deals being uncovered between Dutch ministers and
conjunction with Bill Gates Bill and Melinda Foundation and their 600 million euro stake in delivery services Picnic. Huck Finn says, this is nothing to do with nitrogen. It's purely about acquiring the land. Damn. Huck Finn. Another honored Thane for an entire week. And I do it for a week, so it makes it fun when you come back and get knighted again. It's just fun that way.
I mean, you're from the Midwest, so that might explain some of it.
Yeah, it's like, wait, what are they talking about with all this weird politically courtness stuff? Like, I don't know about this.
Wait, is it 9:30? I got to turn my lights off. Sorry.
If the Supreme Court is truly supreme, where's the guac, ground beef, and sour cream? Okay.
Put mayonnaise and butter on everything.
Supreme nachos, motherfucker. So.
All right, fuck it. Let's get into Roe.
Yes, I stole some Weird Al.
No, ask
there.
for
Fuck
consent
off.
first.
So Roe derangement syndrome, calling it out, and okay, I talked to Tony and Phil and to catch you up on some of the cipher. Like my personal position is like we're all around the same damn age. We lived our whole lives under this standard of Roe being law of the land, and I know people who had abortions, and I surround myself with like-minded beliefs, and once in a while shit happens, and things have to go down a certain way. There's not a whole bunch of people in my life running around, wearing pussy hats and screaming to kill babies. But once in a while, somebody has some unfortunate circumstances, and hey, you do you. I'm not judging you. We're still buddies. Like that's kind of the attitude probably most people have in this country. What is that? I think it's like 12 to 18% of American voters actually want like abortion completely banned.
I see what you're saying. I got
it's not popular. Most people are just like, hey, mind your own business. Like most of us don't care as long as it's not like crossing any like ethical lines, right? And then you got the right, which Phil mentioned earlier, that there's a very large group of the right that really thinks they're out there saving babies by stopping abortions because there is some bad shit that happens. Most of it's not bad. But I'm sure some bad shit happens out there that we're just not privy to, or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's another conspiracy theory. But at the end of the day, like I don't want to call it an overreaction. I'm going to call it a fucking holy shit, be realistic, this is fucking stupid type of reaction that we've seen since Roe. We knew it was going to happen. We've known for 50 years it could likely happen. This is nothing new. Like our whole lives, we've been told, hey, yeah, Roe could get overturned. Like this could happen. So Ruth Bader Ginsburg said it's probably going to get overturned someday because it's just not legit. Even she knew. So, and when I see the extreme silly outrage in the uneducated parts of it too, to where like all the
minutes for my reply.
all the major like protests that happen in states where you still have your right for an abortion. Like not all of them, but a large majority. Like the worst ones I've seen, Arizona, where they stormed the Capitol there. That was kind of ironic. And Los Angeles had some of the bigger riots. New York had some of the bigger protests, I guess. I'm going to refrain from calling them riots because none of these were anything that we had seen before. Sorry, but yeah,
riot doesn't mean anything bad.
I'll try not to be misogynistic, and I'm gonna hold that next line. But some people are not very good at rioting.
We've had two people on this panel who have had to self-censor themselves before they said something that they were thinking. Isn't this world that we live in 2022 so fun?
But yeah, I'll get to Hal Jordan. I mean, you can own all the land you want when this world goes to shit. Is it really going to matter who owns what land? LOL. Like, there to an extent, you are correct. It's like there was a time in the 90s where Ted Turner was the largest landowner in Nebraska, and it was literally just to he used it as basically a tax write-off, as far as I know. And now it's all changed. He literally raised bison out there. It was crazy, but yeah. So we'll see. Like we were all getting worried about Bill and Melinda Gates buying everything up, and then they got a divorce. And it's like, well, that's on hold for a little while because, well, that's just what divorce does. what can I say?
Oh,
But
no, I just
again,
haven't drank enough, Phil. If I have a couple more in me, I'm not going to censor.
Let me be clear. My censor was because I didn't want to give away the plot. So,
well, what, like, gonna try to break the filibuster, pack the court, or something like that?
No, it was giving you guys advice, and I decided against it.
Oh, Cypher. Oh, that's
cute.
Well,
because we really need it.
What advice could the King of Extreme ever possibly need other than look a little more handsome than you already do? Like, I mean, like that. So I understand what you're getting there, but like now I'm curious, Cypher, since we're getting here, the left is not happy about this decision. Is that's a fair thing to say? They're not happy about this.
It's fair.
And I've heard all kinds of theories on how do we overturn this? How do we change this? How do we get there? And I've heard stuff like packing the court, which, oh boy, that's
I'm not even mad about those suggestions. I'm more mad of, they're taking rights away from us. I'm like, well, technically, no. The government already kind of was making a restriction that they didn't have any business, and now it's up to your vote in your state to. Now you have more of a right. Like, yeah, you might have to jump through some more hoops, but technically, like, now it's the will of the people instead of a branch of the government.
But aren't you guys against the tyranny of the majority?
I'm against the tyranny.
Or the tyranny of the minority?
This is what you want. This is what you want.
No, I'm a liberal. I want the majorities have the constraints of a liberal mindset. And I don't mean that from a like social perspective, but from a libertarian, I guess, classic liberal sense of constraining the rights of government from doing things by the will of the people that basically fuck people over. So
that's one of the reasons why republicanism is so popular and why so many people subscribe to that, because it's the rights of the minority or even the minority of one are still protected even from a majority. So
yeah, but most Republicans don't actually subscribe to that. So let's be real.
Well, I mean, we just had our Supreme Court rulings that stated like the Second Amendment right is for everybody. And so
yes, like, and then at the same time came up and said that states can actually get rid of any kind of can actually make any kind of damn it, my brain's not working right now. Restrictions that they would like on abortion. So don't give me that. Like these are all post hoc justifications.
Well, no, it's because one's an enumerated right and one's an implied. And so Justice Thomas is basically coming up with the idea that implied rights are left to the states, which
and he's only doing that because
that's the law of the land now.
He's only doing that because of post hoc justification, because in the Constitution, the 9th Amendment says that any right that is not enumerated by the Constitution should not be construed to mean that the right of the people should be infringed. So there are rights of the people that are retained. There are rights of the states that are retained. But the 9th Amendment says there are rights for the people and there are rights for states. These are two separate rights. These are two separate distinct entities, two separate legal framings in order to prevent states from taking away the rights of the people, in order for the federal government taking away rights from the state. They're two separate things.
The enumerations in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. So actually, that's a pretty loose definition, however you want to look at it. But Clarence Thomas has said that means that it's left to the states now, and whether we like it or not,
that's because
our law.
That's because it's post hoc justification.
Well, no, don't get me wrong. I'm going to give you. There was a comedian that had a pretty good one. They just uploaded TikTok. It's like, well, Supreme Court said, nah, states, fuck you. You're not figuring out that gun shit. Fuck you. You're not touching the gun shit. But you states, you can figure out the abortion shit. You're all on your own.
Hey, that's my thing. I don't think it's. I don't understand how anybody could look at this from a state by state perspective and say every state is equal when it comes to gun rights, and then say, but not every state is equal when it comes to abortion rights.
Well, every citizen is guaranteed
because every
a
state
right.
is still a different, and the reason we are the United States is because every state, every culture, every population within the confines of those different ridiculous invisible wall states, as ridiculous as the concept is, it is a different type of culture, and it is different state by state by state by state.
Yeah,
and you can't say that it's different in the gun department versus the abortion department.
Well, sure, I can.
You're going to make one way.
The Bill of Rights, every single
citizen
is entitled to the rights within the Bill of Rights. States don't get to pick and choose which amendments of the Bill of Rights applies to their citizens or not. These are rights guaranteed to every American citizen. So in that regard, I think Clarence Thomas was absolutely correct in his Second Amendment ruling. Now, we can discuss whether we agree with his Roe ruling, but I think Clarence Thomas basically said shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed, and it includes all Americans. And states, you don't get to pick and choose what amendments of the bill, because really, if you can go there, then that would be just exactly like California or New York saying, we're going to ban these 200 words and phrases within our state. You cannot say them. You will be sanctioned by the state. But technically, your First Amendment right is still fully enforced, and you still have full First Amendment rights because technically you can still speak in the state of California.
So states can't pick and choose which laws they want to.
Bill of which amendments of the Bill of Rights, the enumerated rights. Yes.
Then why even give them
anything that's not enumerated is left to the states? T. It's pretty like that is the law of the land.
I'm asking you because
interesting,
I
Hal
didn't
Jordan.
This conversation with you guys the other day in the chat.
States trying to ban the right to vote.
And I didn't want to bore my wife for 4
interesting.
hours, which is literally how long this conversation went, and I got caught up about hour 3.
Was that it?
If you're going to give
you
the
would have loved
states,
it. Brendan's a hardcore libertarian who opposed the Second Amendment decision from the right, and I was like, "Wow, well done." I got to give you that one. Like it was.
I'm just saying, if you're going to say the states can't pick and choose, then why even give them the right to begin with? Because you should be able to pick and choose when the states should have the rights and when they don't. Because
then it's not a Bill of Rights.
Well,
sorry, but that's even the supremacy clause says each of these Bill of Rights, each amendment applies to all U.S. citizens. So even if we don't agree with it, that was solved post Civil War. Even pre Civil War,
thank goodness all these laws are not.
You had the Privileges and Immunities Clause, which even did show that rights did extend to all citizens. So to me, I gotta say that the Second Amendment decision was right on, because states don't have the right to pick and choose which amendments apply to their citizens.
And we'll get right back to my brilliance in a second. But Huck Finn says they are trying to argue that the right to privacy is somehow related to privacy, medical privacy, which is a big stretch. I mean, there is some sort of a right to privacy. I mean, it's there in the Fourth Amendment, and even the Fifth a bit, but like I said, that was an implied right. It looks like whether any of us like it or not, that is now the legal standard. The implied rights are left to the states, and the expressed rights, no state can infringe upon them. That is the law of the land as it stands this year of our Lord 2022. Whether we like it or not, whether anybody likes it or not. I agree with the Second Amendment decision entirely, but like I said,
citizens are not. Now, you can disagree with the Second Amendment decision on those grounds, but that's a different argument entirely. Now, Cypher, I wanted to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
You have expressed at least not maybe open support, but maybe toying with the idea of things like.
Before I get into that, Huck Finn says people need to read the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, keep it on your person, and read often. My grandfather gave me a pocket Bill of Rights years ago, and I still keep it in my desk at my other office. And it's just one of those things I pull out once in a great while. But yes, you are absolutely correct. That is something you always need to keep in mind. Keep the Bill of Rights. Like, to me, the Second Amendment, that's a hell of an amendment, because that just says no. The citizenry must be armed even if the state doesn't like it. That is a hell of a declaration of individual rights that you are not likely to see. That's something that you need to cherish. And like all of the rights, Huck Finn, I got mine from my grandfather when I graduated high school, a pocketbook. Yep, I was just in my office one day. I was just typing and working on some computer stuff. And Grandpa walked by and he had an extra one. And he gave it to me. Hal Jordan, based on the SCOTUS ruling to the EPA powers to create laws without Congress, I hope they rush the lawsuits to clip the ATF of their power to do the same quickly. Hal Jordan, here, fucking here. Yes. I think I don't really see any reason why the EPA ruling doesn't apply equally to the ATF. You're absolutely correct there. I think you and I have zero sunlight between us on that regard. Chris Rowley. NYC wants their concealed carry applicants to supply their social media history. Isn't that a violation of their freedom of speech? It's a violation of a lot of things. But basically, they're just trying as hard as they can to be as petulant as they can on the way out. Because it's not going to take too long for a judge to smack that one down, to be honest with you. Like, if it makes it to any kind of appeals court in any sort of time, like, if somebody's denied it because of something they posted on social media. So yeah, like California apparently is just complying. They're just going to go ahead and say, yep, we're just doing it. You can start getting concealed carry permits. New York is still fighting this, kicking and fucking screaming. But it's not going to take too long at all for that to get sorted out.
Like packing the courts.
Sure.
What do you think the likelihood, like, let's say 2024, Biden, by some miracle, holds on to the White House and somehow, some way, the Democrats hold on to the Senate. I'm sorry, I couldn't even keep a straight face with that one. But let's say by some miracle, they do get those majorities. Do you think they're actually going to go so far as to actually factually pack the court in the name of things like Roe v. Wade, or do you think it's going to be a legislative, like, what do you think the biggest counter is? But mostly in the packing the court question, I bring that up because folks on the right are like, yeah, the union can't sustain that. The union will not survive that.
Well, the union can't survive these. I don't think the union can survive some of these rulings that are going to come out, because what you essentially have here is that for the last 40 years, conservatives in general have not trusted the court. And now that the court has switched parties, because that's what's happened, they're supporting the court, and liberals are saying, no, the court is just political. Me, being the person I am, has always said the court is political, and we should ignore those arguments because that's just the reality of the situation, and we should constrain what the court can do or can't do, who can nominate who, how long a seat can be vacated before a nomination has to be done, etc. And also potentially implement a everybody calls it a term limit. It's not a term limit. If it's one term, it's just a term, right? So implement some sort of time limit on a term, right? So that way you don't get these, like, you don't give incentive to nominate a zealot that's 30 years old to the Supreme Court just so you can stay there for 60 years and like do whatever ruling that you want to do. And then it makes the court less partisan because you have more turnover. So less people are like, well, it's like this now, but in 10 years, we might get our shot. No, they're looking at an entire generation right now of not having a liberal court. And that's not tenable.
Well, we had a liberal court for an entire generation previously. And so it wasn't written in the stars that we will have a liberal court forever. The idea that we can't, the union can't survive there being a conservative court for a few years, I think is kind of extreme hyperbole, to be frank. Like, and here's another thing. This too shall pass. Everything shall pass. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, people are pretending that Clarence Thomas was just blessed.
I'm going to hit pause here for a second because Huck Finn, my grandfather said, never trust a politician. Always remember, if you keep this Constitution and Bill of Rights, the USA will never die. Teach your children the same. God bless your grandfather. In fact, I'm going to raise my glass, and everybody within the sound of my voice, raise your glass, your cup, your chalice, your stein, your tankard, your vessel of any kind, to Huck Finn's grandpa. God bless. Travel well. Yes. Thank you, Huck Finn.
With eternal life. And like, no, like, God rest him. God bless his soul. I hope he lives a good, long life. I hope he serves another decade or two on the Supreme Court, but that's probably not going to happen. Let's be frank. And so,
he'll retire if a Republican wins again in the next term, and then they'll nominate another Republican to replace him. That's what's going to happen. That's how this is going to go down.
Yep.
Salute. And Graham. Yep. Thanks for coming, all y'all. But yes, Huck Finn, salute to you. God bless.
But if Democrats stay in office for the foreseeable future, Clarence ain't fucking moving. He ain't going nowhere. He's gonna, and unfortunately, like if you're on the left, this rightward majority is probably not going anywhere for a little while here. Clarence Thomas,
yeah, but this is a thing that shouldn't happen.
Times,
this is a thing that just shouldn't happen. It doesn't matter who's in power. I'd be saying the same thing if liberals did.
Non-political. That's the whole idea.
No, that's the idea, but it's completely false. It makes them more political because the stakes are higher every time.
They don't have to kiss up to anybody, and they don't have to ever worry about losing their power. And
they lobby. They lobby
completely removed from the political process.
No, they're not. They lobby for their own admissions to the court. They have people lobbying them and getting them into power. They have the politicians that are saying that we need these sort of justices on the court. And all this happens.
Well, yeah, you're talking about the nomination process, but once they're on the court, they're on the court. There ain't shit nobody can do about that.
I'm with Lynn on this one. Like before we even talk about the justices having a term limit, like
this isn't a term limit. This is a time limit.
That's what. A time limit and a term limit.
Yeah,
kind of a distinction without a difference.
That's completely. Splitting hairs.
It's a distinction that matters because if we had because a term implies that there can be multiple terms, right? So if we have a term limit on court justices, for example, right? If we have a time limit on how long you can serve in office, then that's not a term limit, right?
You just called it a term limit. I'm sorry. I gotta give you some shit. If we have term limit, God damn it, it's not term limit.
I said if we have a time limit on justices.
So it's an argument about.
So either way, let's do it for Congress first. Whatever your definition.
So I would disagree with that, and I have my reasons for that, and they're sound reasons. Do you want unelected bureaucrats in the parties? Do you want unelected bureaucrats that control the party to determine who does and does not run for office? Because that's what you're going to get. No.
I was about to say the Koch brothers and George Soros. Like, yeah.
The Koch brothers and George Soros don't determine who runs for office.
Phil.
They don't determine who runs for office. They help polish people. They help polish people to run for office, but they do not determine who that is. The voters still do.
Stephen.
Wait, lobbying.
Sorry, I had to suck up to our audience. It's the smartest audience in all creation.
It is.
Other than the K.O.E. Nation.
Audience.
But
other than the K.O.E. Nation, of course.
I'm curious. So you think packing the court is a viable option, or
no? So here's my determination of that. I think what would likely happen in the thing that you said or whatever. I'm not catching these. They're actually throwing me off. I'm sorry, guys. You're putting them up too often on the screen.
Sorry.
My brain can't handle it.
Yeah, once in a while they come in rapid fire. I try to get through them.
No, you can respond to that if you like.
John Roberts.
I'll respond to that after.
Are not subject to political whims.
So I'll respond to that after. No, so what I think was likely to happen is that they will basically might pass a law that says the Supreme Court doesn't have jurisdiction over this. It's called vacate. Something like that. But that's what I think might happen. But what I want to see happen is I want to see the threat of of court packing being used to constrain what Congress can and can't do as far as Supreme Court justices are concerned. There should never be another time where a single politician can be like, no, we're not going to even hear a nomination at this. No, they should always have to vote. And it should always be whenever a position becomes available. It shouldn't take more than 6 months to fill that position. And if it happens to be during an election year or right before an election, so be it. They can try to get it to go for like 3 months or so, hold it up or whatever, but not for a year plus. I also don't think that we need time limits on how long a justice is on the bench. That will tamp down on political issues, like I was saying earlier. I also think that you should also have, and then in that it should have rules for how you basically change the court's makeup to be fair. I think it's as simple as drawing the short straw. You retire judges every 4 to 6 years, and it's just whoever draws straws. Literally, just on TV, just draw straws. And those people, the people with, you go down the list, person with the shorter straw retires first in 6 years, and then so on and so forth.
Oh, I love that that form of selection. Can we do this with?
No, if there's 9 Supreme Court justices, you have to make it a poker game. Come on. Come on. You know that's fucking true. You know that's right. You got 9 there. First one to bust out isn't on the court anymore. The one that wins the game is the new Chief Justice. I hate how much I love that.
Presidents, where we get down to the 2 competitors and we just flip a fucking coin.
Would it be any worse than we are now?
No,
not really.
Now,
but that means Trump would have a 50% chance of winning.
Now, I wanted to offer a slight olive branch and a little bit of pushback to some of the things you're saying there. When it comes to the next time there is a Republican president and a Democratic Senate, and there is an opening in the Supreme Court nomination, turnabout's fair play. Democrats have every right to hold up the nominee for 280 days. Just turnabout's fair play. They have every right to do that, whether anybody likes it or not. But now, in terms of they should be voted on no matter what. This was actually a statistic given to us by Ted Cruz. So I'm going to do my best Ted Cruz impression, which is basically a Ben Shapiro impression slowed down significantly. But
that was good.
There has been within our United States history 29 instances where there was a Supreme Court vacancy during an election year. During those times, 19 instances were instances of the president and the Senate holding the same party. Of those 19 instances, 17 were ascended to the Supreme Court. And there was 10 instances where the president and the Senate did not share parties. And of those 10 instances, only 3 Supreme Court justices got confirmed. So basically what that tells us, if the president and the party don't share each other in an election year, basically don't count on getting your nominee.
Then they should be forced to vote.
Well, no, that's what the Senate does. They advise and consent.
But they didn't even do that.
Hang on. They didn't nominate somebody that was palatable to Senate Republicans. Merrick Garland was not moderate enough for Senate Republicans. That's what the Democrats. That is what you have to do when you have. Well, looking at how he's behaved since then, I don't know about all that.
I mean, he's probably doing that because of what happened. Let's be real. Resentment, spite, and resentment.
All the more reason to keep him from any lever of power. If spite and resentment is in your heart and can overtake what you're able to do in government. But
I mean, that's politics.
No, not necessarily. Spite and resentment just against not even your political opponents directly, but their supporters. That's pretty cringe. But what I am going to say is Obama probably could have gotten his nominee through if he had nominated somebody that was like, say, pro universal health care, but also very, very pro Second Amendment. Probably would have been able to get his nominee through. Well, probably would have been a lot closer to actually getting a vote and getting there than Merrick fucking Garland. And what we found is justifiably so, unfortunately. And that is the Senate's role, is advising consent. Like I said, when the turnabout's fair play and the shoe's on the other foot, the Democrats have every right to hold up the next Republican nominee for 280 days. That's just.
But this creates political tensions that just shouldn't exist. This creates.
Yeah, but this has been happening since Bork.
Yeah, so like doesn't mean it's right. Like Bork was actually voted against, mind you.
Oh yeah, but there's a reason why it's called getting borked.
I know why. Because he was honest about his rulings and his opinions, and he was going in there and biased just like everybody else.
It was because he fired everybody that Nixon told him to. That's why they were going to make sure he wasn't going to. And so,
Jesus Christ, I have gotten porn fucking ads on YouTube my entire time being on here. What the fuck? Anyways,
quit watching all that YouTube porn. Wait a minute, there's YouTube.
No, they're coming up. They're coming up as like Streamlabs and everything
for me to check out later.
Tony will make sure that they're safe for consumption.
Yeah, I'll make sure they're safe to click on.
He's kind of like a taste tester in the medieval times to make sure it wasn't poisoned. So all right, court packing's pretty well out because
I don't think it's going to happen. I think, like I said, liberals are more of a process kind of thing. They care about norms I don't think a court packing is going to happen if they take back power, but you could see them vacate the abortion ruling by saying the Supreme Court doesn't have jurisdiction of this. But I mean, that would be the same thing that happened.
Really, like I even asked Nate.
So
Nate
they would
what
so the
would
reason
that even look like?
So the reason that they would do that is because there's no trust.
Well, hey there, howdy there, Alesto TV, good friend of the show. How are we doing there, sir? I'm just finally back online, just kind of enjoying the fact that I'm back. The mill was down with internet for a while. My house had literally a tree limb fall out of a tree and it went across my power and internet line. So I'm working on all that now. That's glorious. But hey, I got internet here so I can broadcast to all you beautiful people. How you been, good sir? Yeah. I was literally just taking some migraine pills and laying down. I could see the branch as it came down. And I was like, that's a problem. Had to get back up and it's like, that's not fun. Busy too. Yep. The same here, but it was actually good. I took my daughter to the lake. She's actually really good intertuber. We had really fun time. She hung on for dear life on the inner tube and she did really well. And she wore a life jacket, so it was all well. But Alesta, I am on overtime strike after how much the Fed took out of my overtime pitch. Oh, ouch. Yeah, we should catch up sometime when you have time. Oh, of course, Alesto. Of course. God bless. But yeah, life, it catches up to us all. Oh my. Hunter finger oh my. No. Oh no. We've got the Jesus. The internet, folks. You just never know.
In the Supreme Court right now to actually keep it as a political thing. What is likely going to happen is that these cases of trying to prevent women from going over to other states are going to trigger another Supreme Court case, and either that would be upheld or they'll say, oh no, we were kind of incorrect. This is actually a life, liberty, happiness kind of situation here, and we're going to have to outlaw abortion across the entire country. There's no trust that they're not going to do that. So that's why they would say, hey, Supreme Court can't rule on this, then pass it in federal law and make it to where it's a de facto kind of thing. And that will cause a different kind of constitutional crisis, but at least one that's a little more manageable.
Do we have any idea which states are actually the most likely to do something as fucking stupid and drastic as saying all abortion is illegal, no exceptions whatsoever?
26 of them, because every single state that is doing, because here's the thing.
Now,
this is what,
how many of those states have some exception for rape, incest, or life of the mother?
It doesn't matter, because what they're doing,
all of them do. All of them have.
All of them do, but this is
so abortion isn't banned in those states.
Okay, it's not legally banned in those states. It is de facto banned in those states, and the reason it's de facto banned in those states is because doctors are not willing to risk having their practices come after. The hospitals are not wanting to risk having money, because a lot of hospitals.
Huck Finn says, Neil Oliver, at some point in the past, the governing class decided that they were done with serving us and that they own us and rule us instead. Very much so. And no more, that's never more apparent than in media. Because think about it, in your grandfather's era, in your father's era, great-grandfather's era, the media, being in the press, was a blue-collar job. Your average Joe trying to expose the secrets to help the working man. Now, media is a job of the elites. It's like a passion project. It's like a vanity thing. Yeah, it's a vanity project for rich people's kids to show off. Nobody knows that, in reality, Anderson Cooper, his real name is actually Vanderbilt. He's actually a Vanderbilt. So, and he was also a CIA asset for 5 years. Winky face, because there's such a thing as a former intelligence asset. But So I always say when you tune into Anderson Cooper, you're basically hearing what the extremely rich and the extremely well connected within government want you to think. Yeah, exactly. Yep, Huck Finn. Alesto doctors should have their choice, in my opinion, to do it or not to do the okay, interesting. Interesting take there, Alesto. Because there's I can see pluses and minuses to most arguments, and that one I can definitely see. But yeah, that's something to keep in mind. Like if you're watching the news, like the elites, it's just not what it used to be. It used to be a blue collar job. Now it's the weapons of mass destruction. CNN. I was in Desert Storm. Oh fuck. Okay. Well, God bless you. Thank you for your service, sir. Regardless of what anyone thinks of any one of our particular conflicts, the soldiers are just given orders of what they're supposed to do. They don't choose what they are, and they carry them out. So God bless. But still, God damn, heart goes out to you. But yeah. Unfortunately, when you watch a lot of the news, it's just what the elites want you to hear now. But I want to get through a little bit more of this, folks.
Those are profit-making entities.
We start getting into some shit
some
here.
of them are being owned by Wall Street. Some of them are just money-making machines, like they're in some sort of gigantic network and they're making millions and millions of dollars. They're not going to want to risk that. So even though that there is these instances of these exceptions being there, those exceptions exist mostly, and this is in my opinion here, most.
God damn. All right, Huck. Well, it looks like you've been everywhere, man. You've been everywhere. You've been to Desert Storm, Afghanistan, and then Iraq again. Like, you've been everywhere. Like, wow. You can literally write a Johnny Cash song about your service. God bless you, sir. My God. Alesto. I personally think the Fed should dictate what we, the individual, can do. State is one thing, but I believe that if a state bans it, then the doctor can still do an operation. But that doesn't mean they aren't responsible for their actions. Yeah, interesting take there, Alesto. Interesting take. Let's see. I personally think the feds shouldn't dictate what we. Okay. Now that makes. I'll reread it as that. I personally think the Fed shouldn't dictate what we, the individual, can do. Okay. State is one thing, but I believe that if the state bans it, then the doctor can still do the operation, but that doesn't mean they aren't responsible. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you for the clarification, Alesto. Finn, we need more state power that drives competition. I mean, like, whether anyone likes it or not, sorry, typo, no problem. We're getting actually a little bit of differences here, maybe, but I think, Huck, you do raise an interesting point in that, we are getting a lot closer to the laboratory of democracy that folks like Thomas Jefferson and even John Adams and the like imagined America would be, like a very disparate states with different laws. Now we're going to have this weird mix and match of states that are going like, okay, this is going to be kind of the barometer. You ask, all right, what's their recreational weed laws? What's their abortion laws? What's their gun laws? And that'll tell you pretty much all you need to know about a state. I mean, that's weirdly enough. And I'm wondering, like, what states are going to have like all three? What states are going to have what two of the three? And it's going to be fascinating going forward because now, like, yeah, sorry, but like weed is left to the states pretty much unambiguously. Clarence Thomas pretty much said that as well. Weed is now to the states, and so is alcohol for that matter. If Kansas wanted to just ban alcohol, they can. But that's where we live now, folks. So hey, if that you don't like the sound of that, you know what I recommend you do? Vote. Yeah, go vote. Go vote.
Mostly because they know that it will make people like, hey, you know what? I don't personally like abortion, but you shouldn't outlaw it. Oh, here's the things that I'm comfortable with.
Oh, damn, Huck. This one I have to address. Certain states will have solid education, others just full of activists, and that will happen. Let's 100%. I agree 100%. Vote the people you don't like out. Yes, vote people. Certain state. Oh man, that's going to be a really weird system we live in.
With okay, this isn't as bad as we're saying it is, and they're de facto making it illegal in those states because we already have. There's been two or three cases so far already that have came out that where a woman is being denied the abortion procedure to save her life because the doctor is talking to their lawyers and saying, hey, I don't know if I'm comfortable with this because they're going to charge me with murder. Because what's the difference between a rape? What's the difference between a rape abortion and a non-rape abortion? A claim of rape. Are you going to be able to prove that?
It's second-hand account. Yeah.
Most rape kits, safe kits is what they're called. Safe kits only show that unless there was a lot of trauma done, only show that sex happened.
Actually, Huck Finn is correct. Local and state government votes are the most important. Like I always say, local and state is where you actually make the biggest difference, especially like me in Nebraska. If I vote in the Republican primaries, I have a very big say on who, what happens in the general election, because the Republican nominee is generally who moves on, and they win by not a lot of votes. But Alesto TV, who is being denied procedures if it saves their life? I call BS. Alesto TV. Now, that's the one thing I do kind of suspect you're going to see some stories like that. And I always say be skeptical of anything that's a little too on the nose. I said that earlier tonight. Always remember that. That's kind of your barometer for if it's potentially fake news, if the story's just a little too on the nose. And I think I say this a little later. EMTALA law overrides any procedure that is going to be denied if it is medically necessary to save their life. Interesting. Thank you, Alesto. Your medical expertise is very much necessary in these kinds of discussions.
Yeah, and most middle-aged white suburban housewives prefer to be choked a little bit, so those are pretty much out the fucking door. Sorry, it's true. It's true, but I don't like giving it up to the point where we're going to say, okay, well, it's fine. You can abort it if you were raped, because then you are encouraging people to use claims of rape as a form of contraceptive. And if you're going to encourage that, then what the fuck was the point of this?
Well, I want to offer just a small bit of pushback, but also like a possible, like, you said something that like kind of sparked my mind as to how the liberals would get this going again. And it would be, like you said, somebody crossing state lines to try and get an abortion, and it ended up going to the court that way. Now, what would be really fascinating is if John Roberts is still the Supreme Court justice, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, that motherfucker always tries to split the difference so goddamn much. He would allow a regime where it's legal for you to go across state lines and get an abortion, but illegal to do one in your own fucking state. He would fucking hand down a half-measured decision to that fucking extent that would be like, I could see that actually fucking legitimately happening. But now, another thing to your point, Cypher, is I was talking to Nate, and he said, like, yeah, if Thomas was the one that was able to write the majority opinion, but he was gone too far, so they let it be Alito. Thomas would have said, life begins at conception. All rights are immediately imbued upon the baby, upon immediate detection, and abortion is a crime and a murder. And so John Roberts actually did find a moderate path. This is not what liberals wanted, but fuck, it could have been a lot worse for the left.
Roberts didn't do that. It was Alito and Amy doing that, in my opinion. Was it
Gordon trying to lobby for a different outcome?
He wanted to just uphold,
just couldn't at the
because he cares about the legitimacy of the court, and this impacts the legitimacy of the court. It just does.
I don't know. It's
does.
to
It does.
the Constitution wonks. It's like, well, now they're finally in line with constitutional principles, and so again, this is what I mean when I say
which is why they
two different movies on the same screen.
So Cypher's right. It wasn't just the Roe decision. So the Roe decision, probably hurt them more in the eyes of one political view and helped them in another. Right. Same thing with the guns. So it helps their legitimacy on one side and hurts on the other. It's still going to even out at the end of the day. So I mean, now lefties don't trust the Supreme Court as much as the righties do. Now all of a sudden, right-leaning people are like, well, shit, Supreme Court's not that bad after all. Like after years,
the divine
and years
right of justices.
Yeah, right. So it's just, it's I don't know. I haven't processed that yet, but it's now that you mentioned it's really interesting because I don't think overall, like polling numbers, sure. Yeah, I mean you'll get whatever CNN aggregate poll shows, whatever, blah blah blah. I still think you're going to have a pretty much an even kill. It's just different people are thinking differently now.
No, I think because of how much cemented about it, I think right wing people still don't trust. Hold on a second.
Oh no, that's perfectly fair. Sometimes you just gotta wet your whistle.
No, I'm eating corn chips, which is stupid when you're on a podcast.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people. Yeah, I think a lot of people on the right wing still don't trust the court. It's just that it's happening to go their way. So they're like, yes, this is why we need to maintain power as long as we can. So that it continues to go our way. I think what you're seeing, though, is that liberals were like, hey, the court makes rulings that we don't agree with a lot of the times, but it's still legitimate because they still follow precedent when it's necessary. They don't take away rights. Now you're seeing them take away rights that liberals care about and also going after other rights. If Thomas had his way, we would see Obergefell overturned. We would see Casey overturned. We'd see all these things. We'd basically see the abolishment of the Warren era, the Warren Court era, which established that married people have the right to privacy and can do whatever the fuck they want when it comes to sex. That we had single people that weren't married could do the same thing. Gay people could do the same thing. These are all substantive equal protection cases that Thomas wants to overturn.
Yeah, that is the only thing I thought
was after the Warren era, but
I don't know if he gets.
It was based on the same principles.
Yeah, same principles and same. Yeah, no, I thought about that a couple days ago of like, hey, yeah, a lot of people are celebrating this, but they probably don't realize what's at stake here beyond that. And all the ones you mentioned, but I'm sure there's a shit ton of other ones that right wingers would be pretty pissed off if got included in the list. That certain right to privacy things that would affect them. There's probably more to it that we haven't looked into yet that could be quite dangerous for a lot of people.
I wanted to go back. Cyber, you said there's roughly 26, which is over 50% that would outright say abortions are illegal, verbatim, no exceptions. And
it's no, that's not what I said. So what I said is that de facto-ly we'll see any, and I did say 26. Let me correct that bit a little bit. It's anywhere between 20 and 26 that we'll see in a de facto position.
Super high.
There's already 13 right now, and 7 additional states are on their way to pass those same kind of laws that are triggered, which go back to the only exception being incest, rape, sometimes being rape, sometimes being incest, and oftentimes being the life of the mother. But because you can't make determinations that those are what's happening, because a doctor can be like, yeah, the woman's life was in danger, you're going to have less people wanting to do abortions, which is why when the 6-week ban happened, you had all the abortion clinics in Texas closed down. When the 15-week abortion ban happened in Missouri, you had most of the abortion clinics closed down except one that was willing to take that risk. People are simply not willing to risk their livelihoods and their family's safety to do what many people believe is the right thing. And it's just the way it is.
I brought this up to Phil, and he pushed back immediately. I didn't have a source or anything, but I was watching like a TikTok or Instagram story, something along those lines. And like days after this came down, people reposting.
I don't think he does.
Secondhand accounts of NICU nurses of, sure enough, the second this happens, 11:30 p.m., we have an ectopic pregnancy come in, and it took 9 fucking hours for the doctor to decide whether or not he could actually help this woman. She
Was
almost
that the text message?
out. Yeah, well, I don't know. Me and
that
Finn were
that
talking
was.
about it.
I think that was one of our back
fake
and forth.
news.
Hey, regardless, I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't care about the source. I'm telling you, it is still, regardless of how rare it is, this is still something that's going to probably fucking happen at some point. You're going to have instances
when it's a life
where
viability issue. They
wouldn't
hesitate.
If the mother is going to die and the child is going to die, or just the child dies,
they're gonna save the mother.
Really going to kill both? Because
those are the exception clauses in all of this. The doctor.
That's what
knows.
I'm saying, though.
Like,
I don't think we're gonna.
That's why I was like, that whole story's
states.
fake news. That's not real.
I don't think we're gonna see anything close to
Allegedly
20 out of 50 states.
We'll see what happens in that regard, and we'll get into that a little more. But Huck Finn says, I think Democrats think this will be a big boost for young voters to turn out in the midterms. This decision could backfire for Republicans. Maybe. But then the question really does become, why nominate Republicans then? If they're not going to actually do what Republicans say they want done. And so it is actually an interesting point to keep in mind. Now, we will find out what people think about this, because if the Republicans still take a sweep in the midterms, okay, that tells us something. If it goes the other way, it's kind of, it is, like I said earlier, it's like a scene from Abe Lincoln, Daniel Day-Lewis. It's like, well, I thought I did this, but I also might have been wrong about that. So I gave the people a chance to think about it, and they reelected me. And we're going to find out here in these midterms. Maybe we will see. Yes, Huck, we will see. These midterms are going to be very interesting. I'm thinking I might do a live stream that night, just covering the midterms, going state to state. And Huck, you'd be one hell of a motherfucker to have in the comment section that night. That would be the shit. Now, again, we're all busy. Midterms happen right in the middle of harvest for me. So every election is during harvest for me. So it's always a very stressful time as is. And then, hey, let's throw an election in there while we're at it. But yeah.
It's about as real as Trump.
That's how that always goes.
Wheel.
That's what I'm saying, though. I don't think.
While
I think
choking.
long term, maybe in the short term, we're going to see a lot of states go, well, we don't want to fucking rustle any of the red tape. Let's just go with it. It's illegal. Screw it, because that's what our constituency wants. I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to 20. I would guess maybe
we already have 13.
5. I don't think it's going to be
unfortunately,
that.
Tony,
I think they're going to
right.
fail pretty goddamn.
13 states had an immediate trigger law that upon Roe's being overturned, their abortion bans went into, which all of them, like, now I think South Dakota is actually, or maybe North Dakota, one of them is actually one of the most
was Kansas the first,
where they only have an exception for the life.
It had to be Kansas.
They don't even have exceptions for rape and incest, only for the life of the mother.
Yeah, South Dakota's like gonna do. They're actually pushing legislation for all-out ban. I don't know what all is going to be included in that yet, but no, there was a actual protest here in Sioux Falls last night.
I think you might be right about that. Actually,
not organized at all. Everybody just showed up, and I mean, it's only a few hundred people, but it's only a town of 150,000.
God damn, we're just fucking doing a whole run down the Midwest here. We got Texas, Nebraska.
So it's all
it's
the Bible Belt.
It's the Bible Belt.
The Bible Belt plus the South.
Kansas had to be the first one on the list. It just fucking had to be. Tell me I'm wrong. It had to be. All
Kansas made sure ours is turned in first. We got in before Louisiana. They banned it at 11:02. We banned it at 11:01. But yeah, like
that's the thing though. I can't imagine a world where we're going to have states that are so damn just committed to this that they will not amend anything. But because we've been, how long has it been? How long was Roe v. Wade in effect? Was it how many years?
Almost 50 years, yeah.
Almost 50.
The 60s.
You're telling me, okay, so you're telling me that over almost
73, wasn't it?
Okay.
The states that wanted to see this overturned didn't have any idea what to do if that scenario actually happened. And if that scenario actually happened, they were just like, nope, yep, all abortion's illegal. We're not going to have any exceptions whatsoever. They were just going to let it ride.
Here's the other thing.
I think you're going to see, even in the short term, eventually, within 2-3 years, even if it's that long, and I don't think it will be, I think you're going to see states implement a lot more exception. I don't think it's going to be rape because, like Cypher was saying, it's just hearsay at that point because you're just basing it off of people having firsthand accounts, and you can't just trust that. And if we're talking about incest and rape, I think it's going to come down to whether or not can the mother and the child live.
Interesting. I'm going to pause that for a second because Huck Finn says they tried to ask tribal leaders to put abortion clinics on tribal lands. They told them to get bent. Yeah, that would probably be very much against quite a few of their ancient teachings. In any corner of the world, you're going to find that to be kind of like, wait, what? You do what? Yeah, I could understand that no matter what corner of God's creation you go to.
If only one can live, which is more important? If neither are going to live, whether you abort, then why shouldn't the mother get to live? You're telling me the mother and the child are both going to die if the abortion doesn't happen in those instances. Why does the mother need a death sentence at that point? That's completely counterproductive, and I can completely understand people lobbying for that.
Yeah, none of that's actually going to be an issue. They'll save the mother.
God, I hope not. I fucking hope not.
Here's the real shit of it. Democrats have nobody to blame but themselves. What was it? The women's, I'm trying to look it up here. I thought there was like a Women's Choice Act or something in 2021.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And then there was another abortion bill they tried to pass through to codify, but they went too far with it. They had too much extra shit in there. Like everything else our politicians do, and the right does this just as much, where you put a whole bunch of shit in there that's unreasonable for the other side to actually, come together with.
It's a charade.
It's fucking annoying. And so what was it? Virginia, was trying to do the up until birth. Like, people hear this shit and they go, well, fuck that. Like, that's what's going on.
Unfortunately, shit like that's kind of what got us here. Is the Democrats pushing too far, and to a lot of people,
but
pushing what's ostensibly infanticide. So
they could have passed a codified version of Roe v. Wade over the last. What, you couldn't do it under Obama when he had a super majority? Like,
because Democrats
you needed to force insurance on us instead.
No, let me say why. So the reason being that this couldn't pass under Democrats in 2008 is because at the time, about 30% of Democrats were still socially conservative.
Oh, that's right. They still didn't like the gays back then.
The super coalition between that brought Obama to power was a rejection of George W. Bush, and it still had a smattering of very socially conservative Democrats. So out of the 60 proof majority, they might have had 52 senators that would have been willing to pass a bill to legalize abortion. That's not enough to overcome a filibuster.
How about the last, just name anything in the last 6 years? If it was reasonable and didn't have
would not have
late term
through the filibuster.
Well, no, because they all included mid and late term abortions.
No, because there are Republicans that exist who do not want abortion to happen, period. And they have power and they're in the Senate. So, and with the slim majorities that Democrats have had and slim majorities that Republicans have had, that filibuster prevents them from doing things like you're suggesting.
That's why you put them to a vote and put them on blast and make sure that if they're going to do the filibuster, make sure you
filibuster the way that it changed in 2000.
You make them do it.
Yes, but the way the filibuster changed in 2006, it became just a filing of a memo so that they don't even have to stand and say anything. And that was done because they're all old as fuck and because it gave them more power. I'm pretty sure McConnell saw this coming. And he's like, yes, let's do this. It's going to help us in the long run, because McConnell is actually a fucking political genius.
Oh, yeah.
But
I'm glad he's on my side. Jesus Christ. I can only imagine what it's like for y'all having to fucking deal with Mitch McConnell. But unfortunately, you're right. Congress is the world's most expensive nursing home as of this moment. And so, to make them stand, I understand that. But also, I made this argument. It was kind of funny. I was on with Bastiatos on Dylan's show, and they were like, the filibuster, it's it's the source of all of our woes. And they were like, I was like, actually, the filibuster is super democratic because you have to build a coalition of even more senators that represent even more people than the slimmest majority of 51 senators. So actually, technically, it's actually a super democratic institution within our Senate. So yeah, they were not happy about that one.
It's pretty conservative, but I get what you're saying.
But also, it's like I've heard things like, we were talking about the Electoral College earlier. It's like, well, this is anti-democratic, or that's anti-democratic, or this thing's anti-democratic. Constitutions are anti-democratic. It's what rights the minorities have against the whims of the majority. So, but the fact that it's anti-democratic doesn't make it and just bad in and of itself.
But most people that are saying anti-democratic are talking about classical liberal democracies. They're talking about constitutional systems. They're talking about minority rights. When they say this is anti-democratic, they're meaning that it is not only is it impacting the will of the majority, but it's also giving the minority too much power, in a sense, and taking away their ability to pass laws. So,
well, again, so you're saying that there's these levers in place to prevent 51% from standing on the neck.
But the filibuster is
that's a pretty good thing.
The filibuster.
All right, I'm back. Had to answer a call of the wild. Huck Finn, if a tribe consented to such a scenario, patients and providers would have to navigate a complicated patchwork of tribal, state, and federal jurisdictions. Alesto says, last I checked, Democrats have a superior majority at the moment, but the midterms are coming. Tick-tock goes the clock. Hal Jordan, I hate when Democrats bring up the filibuster. They call it racist when they used it a record number of times under Trump when they were in the majority. McConnell, a political genius. Hey, like it or not. Oof take. Huck Finn, so far, no tribes in Oklahoma have indicated they would be open to allowing abortion clinics on their lands, according to National Native News. Interesting. RVW overturn has been in the works since the Supreme Court ruled the way it did back then. It isn't McConnell, but 50-ish years Democratic ways to remove something that honestly shouldn't have been ruled that way it was. West OTV. Hal Jordan, the Electoral College is hated by the Democrats because they are making it so illegals can vote in federal elections. So if they get rid of the Electoral College, they can win with popular vote with all the immigrants, according to Hal Jordan. Okay. Damn, folks. Yeah, so I
Buster's an accident.
Give some pushback to this.
It wasn't intentional.
Sorry. My daughter was dancing. It was silly dance.
It's all good.
Laugh. But that's something I keep in mind, is that you need to build an actual coalition. And this is something that I always say to people, because guess what? As a right winger, I've been frustrated. I think the NFA needs to be overturned. I think we need to get rid of the Hughes Amendment. We need to get rid of the 1960s Gun Control Act. We need to do all these things. And you should be able to buy a battleship in Walmart tomorrow. Okay, that's you. If you're wondering how pro Second Amendment I am, there you go. But guess what? I can't get 60 senators together to do that. So maybe it's not as important to the American people as I would like to think it is. And so to all these bills that are on the left of things that you would like to get pushed through, maybe it's not as important to the American people as a lot of y'all would like to think it is. And so that's, if you can't pass the 60 vote threshold in the Senate, maybe there's a reason for that.
The reason being is that we don't have.
It's not important to enough people.
No, it's important to enough people. Those people just don't happen to live in the states that has the advantage here.
We got COVID,
which is also another
problem. No problem. We get stimmy money through, no problem.
Thank you. Those only require 50 votes. They only require 50 votes. Anything that does with a budget, anything that has to deal with the budget, only requires a simple majority to pass through budget reconciliation. And those things were part of the Byrd rule, and the Byrd rule is fuck whatever the fuck it is, right? I'm not going to get into it, but those don't require 60 votes to make it through. So that actually benefits Republicans in that regard as well. It also benefits some Democrats with some spending priorities, but it depends on how those spending priorities work. So,
not to mention how many bills don't even make it to the floor because
they can't get out of committees. The leadership does it. Yeah.
My daughter just showed me a TikTok of basically the Supreme Court justices getting roasted. And like one of them is like, they're leaking like Neil Gorsuch's credit card information and shit like that. It's like, God damn, they are going scorched earth on this. What's that, kiddo? Yeah, and actresses. But yeah, so it's been a scorched earth one on this one. So I just thought that was funny. It's like, that's where we're getting now. They're releasing credit card data and home addresses. And I think that's a bit much. Let's be frank. That's a bit much.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Should we end on the funny story
Alesto.
that captivated everybody for about 12 hours until we found out the most important part of the story is probably bunk.
All right.
I actually recommend that you don't. Anybody out there in the sound of my voice, don't download anything. We'll know everything we need to know in about 48 hours. This is a chance for the bad guys to also upload some stuff onto your shit. So be careful out there. You're the K.O.E. Nation. You're a very careful audience.
One last question I got for Cypher.
I had a way better one, but I
how
can't
much do
remember
you like? Oh, okay, now I remember. Sterdiasis was one of the reasons that was given why this shouldn't be overturned. And to me, like, that was something that like the Piscos and the Destinies of the world were saying we shouldn't overturn this because of Sterdiasis. But we even mentioned the Dred Scott decision earlier tonight. Like the Supreme Court saying it is and shall be doesn't mean that it should always be. And so I'm actually, and you know what? I have no problem.
It's a bad argument.
If the court switches and they want to restore abortion or what have you, elections have consequences. Like and so if you don't like what's going on in the Supreme Court, folks,
vote.
Yeah, but vote. Too bad voting won't matter for 30 years.
Well, Republicans played a long game and we grinned and bared it and went through it. So sorry, Democrats, you're going to have to do the same. You're going to have to play a 30-year long game like Republicans did. Welcome to it.
Oh,
I push back.
Look at
matters more now.
That look on his face. Just the defeat. Hal Jordan, the Democrats under Obama didn't want to deal with Republicans to pass their Supreme Court judge. So they took it down from 60 votes to simple majority. Then they got pissed when Trump got 3 judges. Yeah, pretty much that's actually the events, the series of events that actually happened. Hal Jordan, 3 judge passed by a simple majority because they changed the rules. XP, I am a cybersecurity expert and download. I've been going through this data, but haven't found anything too interesting. The porn searches are like, oh no. And I gotta say, that's a lot of crack. Like 20 grams is a lot of crack. Alesto TV, if people believe in Sterdiasis forgive spelling, then they believe in women being property and slaves because under Sterdiasis it should, like, that's kind of what I'm saying. I think the Supreme Court going back and saying, nah, we want to change it. That's a good thing. And we're going to see probably this Roe thing back and forth over the next 20 years as well. And you know what?
If you're in a state
that's going to be the way it is, and it'll be a complicated issue. Let it be complicated. Such is life.
where you want abortion to be legal and it's currently not, then you better organize, vote, and make your voices heard. Like now,
but
the
again,
power is in the
small
people's
states, you
hands
have a
now.
chance.
Whether they want it or not, the power is in the people's hands, and they need to do something about it.
But there are some rights that shouldn't be infringed upon, regardless, and that's where liberal
Like
constitutional
the Second
democracies
Amendment,
come from.
fucking right.
I can quibble with it, but I don't necessarily disagree with the Supreme Court's decision. I just think it was bullshit. So the reasoning given behind it is bullshit because I don't trust it.
Gotcha.
Guns are awesome though. So that's my response and my reply to you. Yeah. Well, guns are fucking sweet. Woo! Oh, sorry. So with that, chicken.
Final story.
Hit it.
So former Meadows aide, we all heard this story. Trump lunged at Secret Service agent, tried to grab the steering wheel on January 6th, which was the only headline anybody heard. Then I hear about all the other
media.
I know, right? This is the most.
Well, at least we
sensational headline
all
of-
share a similar hate here. Huck Finn, Harry Reid is to blame for the filibuster. They changed it to get their way. Now it backfires in the Dems' face. He said some rights. What rights? Name that right. Name that right.
Yeah, if it's true. which it probably isn't. It
stabbed 5 people.
Yeah,
tried to ride off on a fucking a razor.
He
Yeah.
punched
The
some
memes
black
are
kid.
primo though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The
Absolutely.
memes from all side over the last week have just been A+, regardless of what. Like the memes.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
He was aiming for the
Steven.
driver's pussy.
He's trying to grab the driver's pussy. Gonna grab it.
I wasn't
no
trying to grab
problem,
the
they love it.
steering wheel. I was going for the pussy.
Now I didn't know that Trump was Goro from Mortal Kombat, because he's grabbing this guy's neck and grabbing the steering wheel at the same time, which, now again, this is one of the things I always say whenever you're looking at the potential for fake news. If the story is a little too on the nose, it's probably fake news. It's like kind of like I hate to derail, but a couple months ago when there was that story of the transgendered person raping somebody in the bathroom, it's like, okay, this is a little too on the nose. And then you got into, there was a lot of weeds in that story. Now, granted, there was a rapist and that person should be in prison forever, but
Yeah.
that was a really weird story. And so that's one of those things where like this, if it's just a little too on the nose, like this one, Trump trying to grab the wheel and strangle us, it's a little too on the nose. To me, I view that as
LOL, no cross in that kangaroo
I feel
court.
bad for this girl.
But yeah, the Trump thing was a little too on the
she's
nose of
not
a
gonna
story,
be,
folks.
Brought back into the political fold. Definitely not on the right anytime soon.
Oh no,
She's
she
only
realized she
26
was
years.
fucked.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You saw it on her
she's
face.
only 26 years old. Oh yeah, she's 26
You
years
betrayed
old.
the
She's gotta
John.
be.
You're out.
Well, yeah, God, and
Maybe she can get a fucking job doing the goddamn
she'll
job
get to
that
write a
Disney
book.
World.
I mean,
Oh, she'll
She'll
be
make
an
some money.
MSNBC contributor in no time. Don't worry about it.
yeah, right.
No, I don't think so, but that's fine.
But like, there were some things in here that people were like, well, even if he didn't grab the steering wheel, like he still threw a plate up against the wall. They're like, well, dude, he just lost. Yeah. Like
about to
his
say.
crazy unhinged thoughts weren't going the way he thought they were. So, he got mad and threw a plate up against the wall. Like,
Well,
shit
Squirted
happens.
ketchup. Ketchup.
That's also a secondhand story of that's
Yeah,
secondhand information, but also here's the thing to keep in mind.
But that one I could believe.
I have no
Like-
doubt in my mind that at that moment, Trump thought he had won and had been screwed over. Whether that's true or not, no evidence for that. No court has ever evidenced that.
Well,
anyway,
yeah,
let me
he
just say that
probably
right
actually-
now.
How dare you
So-
even insinuate that something like
But
that would
no
happen? Don't even fucking say
erection.
that, Phil.
But what I'm
No.
saying is, I could see in
No.
like any one of you, any one of us here, if we're the sitting president of the United States and we think we got this shit in the bag, and then shit starts going haywire, and you think that it's being taken from you, yeah, you might throw something at the fucking wall. Like
No,
that's
you
a
can't
like
be mad
I
about
think
it,
that's
Phil, because he
that
was
we
saying it
actually.
6
I'm
months
gonna
before the fact.
give a total like if Biden were to lose re-election and we find out he threw his scoop of ice cream up against the wall. Okay, like I'm gonna give him that.
Well, he
You know,
probably
he loses.
yeah.
I'll give him that one, yeah. But Hal Jordan, states need to be sued, and I mean sued to lose money. New York and Calicut are making all these laws on sensitive places, going against the Supreme Court ruling not to text history. Traditional states need to follow the law. You're here. Hal Jordan, states don't fear anything. There are no consequences to breaking laws. Well, we might see a couple of these pushbacks on especially the Second Amendment. I think are going to get tested very quickly indeed.
Is this for Senate or president?
For president.
Yeah.
If he
Does he
loses
know?
for president, yeah. It
Does
doesn't.
Let's see. We got Huck Finn. 2 Supreme Courts, Wisconsin and Arizona, did find issues with ballot harvesting and illegal counts on the votes according to state election laws, allegedly. Because, I want to keep broadcasting.
No, he will not be aware of the results one way or another. No, he will he's a great figurehead though, because the powers
Look,
that be just have their
Trump
perfect puppet.
anticipated losing. Okay, Trump anticipated losing, and he even told us 6 months
Probably the
before
first
fact that
time.
he was going to get screwed over. So he was wrong then. He's always going to be wrong, and he called his shot like Babe Ruth, but losing. So good for him. Let's move the fuck on, Phil. Get over it, you asshole.
Yeah, get over it. How bad does Liz Cheney look after all this? Because not only is she turned on most of the party.
No island.
When did Liz Cheney look good? Like, okay, let me ask that. When was the last time she looked good?
Hold on, Tony. I got 3 things here. So, okay, she betrays her party. Basically betrays her party.
Well, that's a Cheney thing to do. Yeah.
And she's Dick Cheney's daughter. That's the second thing. So that's not going for you. And the third is remember when she promised she wouldn't grab campaign funds or really go after Democrats to secure election. Oh, she's campaigning to Democrats in Wyoming to secure her reelection now.
Oh.
She put out mailers to everybody, Democratic Party in Wyoming. So.
Well, I mean, then you're on my side. You should be against open primaries.
Yeah, I am against open primaries. I think those are bunk. But anyway, how bad does Liz Cheney look today? Like, who likes Liz
Very
Cheney?
bad.
Like,
basic liberals.
Yeah.
I was about to say, if like Mitt Romney
how can they swallow
is
that
your candidate, Liz Cheney is just like if milk toast Mitt Romney is somebody you're supporting, then Liz Cheney. But Liz Cheney, she is now a woman with no nation. The Republicans don't want her. The Democrats don't want her. She just as well do the independent Bernie Sanders style and just, fuck it, I'm independent, and then she can have that.
And once again, ask you for your contributions.
But what's funny is my dad got a letter from Liz Cheney saying, will you please send me money? But there was no indication that this Liz Cheney was the tiniest little lettering that you could find there. And it's like, this is going to Liz. Like, she didn't have her picture. She was just like, hey, Republicans, will you donate to me? I'm a Republican too. And he's like, wait a minute, Liz Cheney, she's the one who fucking betrayed Trump. What the fuck? And I'm like, so
good God, I'm more of a Republican than Liz Cheney at this point.
And you're not even a registered Republican. Jesus.
Fuck no. Why would I be? You guys are losers.
Because you don't like having any voice in your state primaries. That's why.
Hey, I'm just saying you guys lost the last election, Phil.
He's got you there.
Yeah. Suck it.
Well,
we've seen how you reacted. Jeez.
Yeah, we've seen how you react, asshole.
No, TikTok knows the clock. The fucking midterms are about to come, and I'm sorry, all the Supreme Court decisions in the world aren't going to mean nothing in the face of rising food, gas,
I disagree.
Housing prices. Sorry, this is probably going to be a Republican rout this particular time around, and
it won't be as big as you think it is.
As long as they can keep Roe in the news up until November. Yeah.
Honestly,
that's the only
Cypher,
thing they got.
All we need is one more senator. That's all we really need on the right, and we can rope a dope Biden for the next 2 years. It doesn't matter because if there's any opening, you're going to have Mitch McConnell going, well, now, we can't nominate a Supreme Court justice a mere 2 years before a presidential election.
I mean, that's exactly what's going to happen. So,
I fucking love that.
That's what pissed him off so much about Breyer retiring. Like, damn it, I was gonna change Breyer. Oh, that was gonna be great. Because there was a guy that was on the Heritage Foundation's list. I think his name was Hartman or something like that. And he was
30-year-old.
Probably, I don't know, but he was basically the most Second Amendment, the heaviest Second Amendment advocate. And so I was like, okay, that's the guy that I want. And then when Amy Coney Barrett got the nomination, I was a bit disappointed because I've been pushing for this Hartman. I forget, it's either Hartman or Hardiman or something like that. And he was the one that I wanted. So that's probably who would have gotten Breyer's seat if Mitch would have been able to hang on to one more vote. But, hey, turnabout's fair play, and that's the way that the game is played. So Biden, to his credit, didn't pack the court. And also, he said he was going to nominate a black woman to his first Supreme Court seat. And he did. So, broken watch is still right twice a day. I'm going to give him that one.
He saw it through. I'll give him that. Huck Finn says the majority decision authored by Justice Rebecca Bradley said, quote, only the legislature may permit absentee voting via ballot drop boxes. WC cannot. Ballot drop boxes appear nowhere in the detailed statutory system for absentee voting. WEC's authorization of ballot drop boxes was unlawful.
According to Huck Finn, Hal Jordan says we need to take over the majority in the House. I'm tired of seeing Nancy talk. Oh yes. I think we're going to take them both, but we will see.
Held through on his promise. Now, Ketanji Brown, we'll see what she's going to be as a justice yet. She hasn't made a single decision, so I'm not going to hold any harsh decisions or harsh judgments on her until she actually starts writing some decisions and make some opinions.
She's a liberal originalist.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure we'll get along like oil and water.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Any other final words on anything tonight? We can start wrapping it up and outro in this bad
go around
boy.
the room.
All right. Cypher,
as the guest, we'll let you start, sir.
Yes.
Let us know where folks can find you. Appreciate you
Sure.
jumping on.
And any closing statements you got.
Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, guys. Thanks for inviting me on. This was a good amount of fun. I know we don't agree on a lot of stuff, but it was still good to have these kind of conversations. And that is what I try to do at Crowdsource Politics. It's not respectability politics. It's being civil, but still pushing back in a good manner. So you can catch me live every Thursday from roughly 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to roughly 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with the news roundup, where we cover the news that was for last week, kind of analysis only the crowd can provide. You can find us on YouTube and Twitch under Crowdsource Politics and wherever you get your podcast for podcast streaming purposes. So again, everybody, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Hey, again, thanks for joining. It's not very often. We used to have Tom would come on every now and then. We had Hans come on a few times until Phil pissed him off.
About the Supreme Court, strangely enough.
Strangely enough, yeah.
It was all over Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Amy Coney Barrett, and after that,
it was a shouting match. It was pretty.
It was pretty fun. Yeah, but it was basically when we didn't know whether Coney Barrett was actually going to make it to the Supreme Court, and it was, are the Republicans going to push this through or not? And so, hard to believe that somebody on the left and somebody on the right couldn't quite come to terms on that. I know, hard to believe, right?
So I don't know. It was refreshing that there weren't any bad faith platitudes and silly stuff going on like I'm used to whenever we have somebody with political disagreements. So you were a breath of fresh air, Cypher. Thank you very much. And,
appreciate it.
That was good. Well, definitely try to have you back on sometime. I'm almost out of beer. So, folks, thanks for tuning in. As always, appreciate you. Love you. Bye. I got to go grab another beer. Phil, Tony, you guys know what the deal. I'll be right
Phil,
back.
go ahead. Phil, go ahead.
Well, folks, it is episode 145, Road Derangement Syndrome. And as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the Big Buckin' Empire, folks, on YouTube and Facebook. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, send this to friends. Be sure to follow us on Facebook, folks. Big Buckin' Empire. It is the place to be for you and the place to be for me. And folks, I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, K.O.E Nation on Twitch, K.O.E Nation on TikTok. That's K as in king, O as in oh my god. You can find K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. E is in extremely happy to know you can find K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, folks. This is the place to be for all of your K.O.E content. And folks, we also need to send a very special shout out to Cypher. Cypher, you are a man. You are as good as Mekhi Phifer. You are as entertaining as Rowdy Piper, the one, the only motherfucking Cypher, which you can find at Crowdsource Politics on YouTube and Twitch, folks. And folks, I will say, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass to yourselves, and I hope every last one of you makes it back to the Big Buckin' Empire. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
I don't have a whole hell of a lot to add to that. I just wanted to say I haven't been on the Three Amigo show of the Dog and Chicken show with Phil and Chicken consecutively for like 5 weeks, and this was much needed. We have not been able to do our 3-way show for a long time.
I almost couldn't say it better myself.
I just
oh wait, I
realized something
did.
tonight though. If you've ever listened to like podcasts on Spotify or Apple or whatever the fuck, and you speed it up to 1.2, that's basically what it's like listening to Phil's intros or outros. Like he's got it down so goddamn just perfect that if you speed the speed up of the podcast just a little bit, that's Phil to a T. That's a compliment, Phil. I promise. I promise, Phil.
Okay. I
You're
feel
you're very good at it. You're
He's
good
blushing.
at it. That's all I'm
He's
saying.
blushing.
Yes, I'm blushing. No, not that I'm
Anyway,
sweating from yelling.
Yeah, no, that's not it. I do have a cold, so I didn't get as animated as I wanted to. I probably drank plenty of whiskey tonight, but I do want to say, last but not least, anybody who's like championing the Roe v. Wade thing, like at this point, I'm looking across my social media platforms, and I understand why people are upset, and I understand why people are spiking the football. And I'm looking at those states that are going to be doing this very nonchalantly and going across the board. Everything's legal. And it does make me a little sick, because as soon as you get government involved in what you can and cannot do with your body, it is pretty fucking gross. But at the same time, I'm a father of 4, so I can understand both sides of this. But yeah, don't go overboard with it. That's my thing. Don't make this redundant. Don't make it for nothing, because if you're killing one life to save none, what was the point? What was the point? And that goes for most things. So that's my thing. Look, I'm just Tony G. You can find me at Tony the Rod 2.0 on TikTok. You can find me here, Big Buckin' Empire, the Dog and Chicken Show, Thursdays or Fridays, whenever the hell we're doing it, whatever season it is. And you can find me right back here at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for the Money in the Bank pay-per-view this weekend. Bet you guys didn't even know that was happening. Your interim champ defending 13 times. Chicken, take it away.
I'll be taking that belt back. No, yeah.
Oh, don't fucking even.
Stop the steal. No, I love how the Norman was like, oh man, I hope the whole world just comes together. I understand both points of view, and hopefully nobody goes too far. Everybody's going to go too far.
Sorry, I took the
states
human
are gonna
aspect.
Ban everything.
Sorry,
and
I tried
Democrat
to
states are
appeal
going
to
to just
people.
start chopping babies' heads off when they come out. No,
Let's do it.
God forbid we appeal to the human nature. Yeah.
All right. That's it. We'll see y'all
Libertarian
next
piece of
week.
shit.
Post show link scrolling down below. Linktree, Big Buckin. You know where to go, folks.
Linktree.
We'll see you
That's
over
another
there.
place to
Have
check
a
out.
great night. As always, appreciate you. Love you. Bye.
And see if it smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to eradicate you. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Hells yeah. You got a K.O.E. duet there, folks. That was a deal. Yes. I mean, like, who could. That might be the best deal in the history of ever. You got a K.O.E. duet. My God, folks. So that was my time on Big Buckin' Empire when we had Cypher on. That was really something. And a time I truly enjoyed. And I'm trying to think, there's something else I want to share with you people. Yes, I know exactly what it is I want to share with all you beautiful people. It's another creation of mine. Now, for those who don't know, we've got the Rye tournament that we're going through in K.O.E. Nation. It's to find the rye whiskey of extreme, and then we're going to get into the bourbon tournament, and then Tony wants to get into the Irish whiskey tournament, and then I want to do a wheat whiskey. So this is going to be our episodic thing going on at K.O.E. Nation for some time, but we're into the Elite 8 of the rye tournament, and I want to just share which, like, this is a heartbreak matchup. And the one coming up next, the next matchup is a heartbreak matchup. So I just want you to see, this is Wild Turkey Rare Breed Rye versus Woodford Reserve. Store pick from here in Lincoln, Nebraska, or Omaha, Nebraska, actually. And I will let the beautiful Phil K.O.E. explain this to you. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for another matchup in the 32 ride tournament. We are in the Elite 8. Actually, Templeton Rye is still in the Elite 8. 4, folks. These are the heavy hitter matchups, folks. I am your King of Extreme. As much as like Huck, Templeton 6 year is still in the tournament. Like I gotta say, Templeton 6 year. Don't sleep on that, folks. And also Templeton store picks. I'm not as big a fan as Templeton 10 year as I am their Templeton 6 years and their store picks. There was one Templeton store pick that Chicken found that was one of the best I ever had, but it still somehow got eliminated by yeah, I mean, it's already been revealed in the tournament, but it somehow got eliminated by Templeton 6 year. The store pick even. So Templeton 6 year, do not sleep on it. K.O.E. joined by my indomitable brother. But we're actually going to film the championship matchups here in a few days.
G round 3.
And the one, the only.
Very, very thirsty and excited Chicken.
Yes, folks, we're getting into a very, very anticipated matchup, and I kind of knew it was going to come down to this. Oh, you got some good stuff, because unfortunately I think they're because they were sourcing some of their original whiskeys, because that's what a lot of brands do, and it was some good stuff. And that was from MGP, nothing wrong with that. Now they're distilling it all in-house, and we're going to see what's the difference. We will soon see. This matchup at one point, one way or another.
Had a feeling.
Woodford Reserve Rye store pick from Spirit World, Omaha, Nebraska, versus Wild Turkey Rare Breed Rye. Who's going to move on to the final 4, folks? I'm excited. You're excited. We're all excited, folks. Be sure to like, share, subscribe right here at the K.O.E. Nation. Also follow that guy over there, Big Fucking Empire, on YouTube, Facebook. This guy over here, TikTok, Tony the Rod 2.0, and Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. But gentlemen,
now you'll notice this bottle, this Woodford store pick, has only been enjoyed by the 3 of us, and not a lot has gone. But
I'm saving it back for the tournament because I figured this one was going to get deep.
You'll notice I've really enjoyed this bottle of Rare Breed Rye, and there's a pretty strong chance I'll probably have to pick up another bottle before we finish up this rye tournament.
Now, but between you and me, I saw a bunch of them at the Grand Island Wine, Beer, and Spirits.
I have finally
Keep that
seen them.
Between you and me, okay?
They're finally in the wild, a little bit more easily accessible than this bottle. I think this one had to come from Texas.
Oh my!
Yeah. If
last year was impossible to find.
Let me know if I'm wrong, fellas, but I do believe our official review of the Woodford store pick rye was actually quite a hilarious video. Am I wrong on that?
It's one of the funniest ones we've done.
You should probably go back and check out Tony's review of that.
Oh, yes. Link in the description, folks. That was really something. But we're going to decide if this Woodford Rye can surpass the powerful, the pleasurable, the well-known, the venerated Rare Breed Rye. So, gentlemen, start your engines and pull up Woodford to your nose. Oh, my.
Delightfully sweet.
With a lot of complexities,
It's like a popcorn buttery sweet.
Yep. Buttery corn.
Beautiful.
God, that's gorgeous.
Beautiful nose.
Now, gentlemen, bring up Rare Breed.
45.2 ABV. Meanwhile, this bad boy is 56.1 ABV. But it does not smell like it.
Beautiful nose. Both of them beautiful nose.
Now, gentlemen, bring up the Woodford for a taste.
Yep. Butter popcorn, cotton candy.
Little bite at the end.
Little bite, but
there's like a tiny mint, but it's a good mint. Like
a little bit of toasted there too on the finish.
Yeah. Now, Spirit World's kind of known for its full-bodied, somewhat spicy store picks.
Sure.
I actually just finished off their George Dickel 9-year the other night. It was God, it's great.
Mulberries. Mulberries.
Oh.
Okay.
Try it. Mulberries.
Okay.
Wow.
You're not wrong.
I got some mulberry trees up by my great grandfather's farm, and wow.
That's
Not
fucking
wrong.
spot on.
Wow.
Wow,
Okay.
dude. Okay. Well, all right, quick palate cleanse.
Yes. Way over here.
Oh, goodness gracious. The professionals. Now take up Wild Turkey Rare Breed Rye.
Excuse me. Now I will say, if you get deeper into our 32 rye tournament, we actually had a rye Iowa rye of extreme. Yes, the Prohibition recipe. I think that might be their 4-year, or maybe it was a single barrel release. But nice. And yeah, Templeton demolished the other Iowa ryes, and Templeton 6 years, strangely enough. Apparently, just aging it in a barrel 6 years was just that perfect amount for Templeton. And in a couple of coming days here, we're going to be filming the championship matchups because we're already at the Elite 8 and starting to approach the Final 4 here. So we're getting down to the nitty gritty. Feelings are getting hurt, folks.
Rye, but in all the right ways. Whereas the store pick is definitely a lot more subtle. It's got a lot more delicate flavors. This one reminds you you're drinking a rye, but also tells you and proves what rye can be when it's done right with a high ABV.
This is the first time it's come to me like this, but this is a lot like some of the cover crop that my dad applies. It's got rye in it, but it's also got all these different like winter peas, there's turnips, all these different things. So if something causes that to get cut up a little bit, you get all that aroma. And that's what I'm getting on the palate here, is kind of those aromas that I get in the field. So it's a very diverse rye with a lot of different greenery is what I'm getting.
Yes. These two complement each other. That's the weird thing. I'm kind of going back and forth, and they like, unless you palate cleanse a lot, like these two really complement each other. This is
like, how badly are you going to blend this at the end of the season?
Oh, this is going to be an amazing blend.
Okay. So,
dude, this is nice. I can't like.
This is tough,
this
ain't
is
it?
Getting so stupidly tough the deeper we get into these because
they're so good.
They're so damn good. Like when you do rye right, wow! And both of these are just spectacular. For me, I'll go.
Go for it.
It comes down to one thing. This is a rye tournament. And I think in a blind taste test, not telling anybody.
There's either a joke or a poem in there somewhere. I'm not sure which one.
Actually, guess that this one is actually rye. And as someone who works in agriculture, this one is so nostalgic, reminiscent. It just reminds you of all the pleasantries of crops and grains. I'm going to go with the rare breed rye.
Chicken, I'm going to give you the next vote here.
I'm actually going to go. The main reason is that mulberry flavor reminds me of childhood. We had mulberry trees behind my garage in the house we grew up in. And this is the, oh, wow. This takes me back to being 7 years old. Like, this is, oh, I love this.
Nostalgia's hard to turn down. That's why I voted the way I did. Good luck.
Boy.
Enjoy.
Yeah, damn, I kind of fucked myself, didn't I?
Yeah, you sure did.
Oopsie daisies, because one's a fan favorite and one's the local boy.
Tony? Which one's gonna do better, Phil?
You're really not gonna like me, T.
Go with your head and your heart.
Going with my heart. Gotta give it to Woodford. Gotta give it to Woodford. It's so beautiful.
That's a shame because that one's not going to win.
Oh,
this one would have won.
You think it would have?
Yep. I'm just saying.
Oh, well, now you know how I feel about Brickway.
Hey, you are true. Now we'll get to there's a chapter 2 of this video here in a second, but Huck Finn, you are a fool if you do not think you can not get recalled. Yeah, actually, I was going to do a debate with a couple of friends of mine who are veterans, and they were going to be on the idea of they should do mandatory military service. And I was going to be in the counter to that because, well, we've got an amendment to our Bill of Rights that states that you cannot be property against your will. And when you sign the contract to join the military, your ass is now property. So you cannot force someone to do that. And so that was going to be the crux of my argument there. Whether anyone agrees with or disagrees, that was going to be where I was going to kind of lie the argument there. Huck Finn, you're a fool if you think you cannot get recalled. There we go. And back into yeah. I mean, yeah. In any minute, they can just say, "Come on, we need you. You signed the contract. We know goddamn well what's going on." So yeah, I mean, you're absolutely correct there.
Hey, Tony, Spirit World, another Woodford
yes, y'all volunteer
Nebraska
army is
has
better.
a chance to make it this year. I can tell Tony's sad. He's disappointed, but I think we made the right decision here, folks.
Tony, shall we?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get him to the right level. There it is. Ballot cleanse.
Ooh. Nose is good.
Nose is fantastic.
Yep. Suddenly becomes chocolatey.
Yep.
Chocolatey, that is beautiful. Wow.
Shit. A+.
That might be the best blend of ryes I think we've ever done. That is amazing.
A+. Holy shit.
So, folks,
man,
thank you for joining us. This has been a lot of controversy, but hey, Spirit World from Omaha, take a bow. Your store pick has made it to the final 4 of the 32 rye tournament. Now, Tony, normally I say we shall yeet, but this bottle, we shall not yeet. It shall not be yeeted because this bottle is good and it will be honored. This was one of the great combatants, and it is the Wild Turkey Rye of Extreme, folks. But Woodford Reserve and their specialty picks has risen to the occasion again. So, T, I will give this bottle, I will relinquish this champion prize warrior of Wild Turkey to you, sir. But, Chicken, anything you'd like to say to the people?
No, this was fantastic. The blend is even better than both of the rye whiskeys. This has been quite this has been quite a journey. Appreciate you guys. Love you. Yeah, Tony. He's cuddling.
Don't worry. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E. Nation, folks. I know it might sound absurd, but the winner moving on to the Final 4 is Woodford Reserve. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the damn handsome man of Twitch. And folks, I hope you will like, share, subscribe to K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Tony is hurt. Tony's wounded. It's been a rough weekend. It has. His favorite wild turkey rare breed was defeated barely by the hair of its chinny chin chin, and it was close, Tony. I did almost go with rare breed, but no, he's not over it yet. So, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass of whatever rye whiskey you like and enjoy, and I hope to find you back here, happy, healthy, much the wiser here at the K.O.E. Nation. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
Said it before, I'll say it again. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Now let's look at this here, folks. I mean, we've gotten deep into this particular tournament, and we're down to Templeton 6-year made it all the way to the Final Four. Woodford Reserve made it all the way to the Final Four. Now, the last two Elite Eight matchups are Rabbit Hole Rye, which is damn good rye, versus Mectures Rye, which is damn good rye. Then Pendleton 1910, which was number 2 in last year's, or 2 years ago, our 10 rye flight, versus Bullet, which was number 1 in our 10 rye flight. And those move on to the Final Four. And then we've got 2 heartbreaking Final Four matches. And then the championship. This is going to be heartbreak in every direction. Uncle Finn says New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu on Sunday said that the first thing the Biden administration ought to do to steady the economy is fire Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. That might be a damn fine idea. But I just wanted to share that with you. And you know what? I'm going to share one last thing. Oh, excuse me. With all you beautiful people. Because I'm a farming man, and I got things to take care of in the morn. And I'd love to stay on with all y'all all night long, but the fields call me. And so I will be streaming again tomorrow night, though. So all you beautiful people, be right back here at the K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, the K.O.E. Nation on Twitch, and also check me out at K.O.E. Nation on TikTok, folks, because I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, the conqueror of the ethereal, the man of the castle of K.O.E., the handsomest man that ever laid his face onto Twitch, and your king of extreme, folks. Find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, K.O.E. Nation on Twitch, K.O.E. Nation on TikTok, folks. Nighty Night Rabbit. And I'm going to leave you folks with this week's poem of the week by Rudyard Kipling. Is one that my mother actually requested that I read, and I finally got around to it. So I'm going to leave you this week, folks, with the poem of the week by Rudyard Kipling. God bless every last one of you. I hope every last one of you makes it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Travel well, every last one of you. And I will very, very likely be on tomorrow night. So God bless. Another party tomorrow night with all you beautiful people. Travel well.
How are you doing, all y'all? This is a very special poem of the week. This is one that was requested by my mother, actually. She asked for me to read some time ago, and I never got around to it until now. If by Rudyard Kipling. So, folks, without further ado, this is If by Rudyard Kipling. Thanks, Mom. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men are doubting you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, of being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap of fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build them up with worn out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it all one turn of pitch and toss and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with king nor lose the common touch, if neither foe nor loving friend can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. If by Rudyard Kipling. Requested poem by my mom. Thanks, Mom. Love you.